Chapter 1370. Lu Xiaoyi led the army back to Blue Sky, but he still needed to make some preparations. For example, he needed to get a few anti-space floating rafts from Shenyuan. If that wasn't enough, he still needed to borrow from the three Pure Ones. Their old Heaven's Volition ships were still in Taiposhi's space, but they didn't dare to use them. They were afraid that they would break down halfway. Who would they cry to then? In addition, he also needed to make some adjustments to the personnel. Those who were willing to follow him, he wouldn't refuse. Those who weren't, he wouldn't force them. He wouldn't even publicize it. Qing Xian was right. He couldn't hurt the feelings of the people of Blue Sky again. The cultivation world of Blue Sky was in a state of celebration. No matter what had happened before, history was continuing. Under the leadership of Shenyuan and the three Pure Ones, they had never lost a war. Moreover, their achievements were getting more and more glorious. This was a kind of belief. It could only be nurtured with victory. When one had such a belief, they wouldn't be afraid of any challenge. Qing Xian was extremely busy. He needed to do his best to integrate and rope in the supporters of Zhuoju and strive to keep a group. It was good to take advantage of the great victory now. After this momentum passed, it would be difficult to do so. Lu Xiaoyi looked at his friends. He wouldn't ask for anyone's opinion. He was directly giving orders. That bastard Yanbo wants to break through. I said he did it on purpose to avoid the war. Forget it, let's not talk about him. You all come with me. I still need a few people to make the bed and serve tea in my main tent. But his friends didn't seem to buy it. Yang Dai smiled. I will continue to stay in Blue Sky. Mount Xiao needs someone to preside over it. I don't trust those three Pure Ones. Her thoughts were similar to Qing Xian's. She didn't want to be controlled by others. Under the gentle appearance of this former infant mother, she actually had a heart full of ambition. She entered the sect at the same time as Lu Xiaoyi. Until now, she was at least a head above him in the upper realm. Yang Dai brushed her hair. I will go back. But I won't join your sword soldier army. I will return to the dome and join the Soaring Heaven Pavilion's external sword army. Little Yi, don't think about using your identity as a sword master to pressure me. Huang Xiaoya curled her lips. I won't be with you all. I haven't had enough fun. I've heard them talk about the reward and punishment system of the Sword Soldiers Legion. I've also heard that there's a parade. How disgusting. Senior brother, you're really a pervert. I could tell from the land of exile. Frozen Guest Sword hesitated. Senior brother, can I forget about it? I can't use my sword skills, and I can't control myself. I'm afraid that if I go, your sword soldier army will turn into a sword trembling army. I'll help you with something trivial. And have more freedom. Li Peinan still used the ice guest as an excuse. I have to keep an eye on him. Otherwise, no one will collect his corpse. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He understood what his friends meant. There was a deep meaning behind their words. They were not completely rejecting him. As a returning swordsman, not only was he strong, but he also had such a powerful force under his command. It was inevitable that he would attract the attention of the sect. Most of them would be happy to see it happen, but there would also be some who were suspicious of him. Shenyuan sword faction was unique in the world, but in essence, it was also a huge pyramid system. There were all kinds of big forces. Some were good, but of course, there were also bad ones. This was something that could not be avoided in the structure of human organizations. His connections in Shenyuan sword faction were actually very weak. He had not returned for 600 years. Where could he find a force that was completely close to him and support him? Under such circumstances, if these friends did not join the Sword Soldiers Legion, it would be beneficial for him. It could prevent others from suspecting him of infiltrating the sword faction, and at the same time, they could stand on the sidelines and form the biggest support for him. The sword faction was also an organization. Behind the ruthless and merciless people, there should be a gap between the forces. The dark side would not be less than others just because you were a swordsman. It was just that it was hidden under the bright surface and not known to others. Shenyuan had countless factions, and now Lu Xiaoyi had added another one. Outer Sky faction, Sword Plate faction, Lu faction. But he would not force his friends. Even if his suggestion was like an order, it was just a way of expressing intimacy. After seeing the Sword Dao tablet of Crow ancestor, his eyes had long been set on the sea of stars. He no longer cared about the internal affairs of the forces. When he arrived, these little tricks would be useless. A few days later, the expeditionary army, which had built 6 anti-space floating rafts of different sizes, started to set off. There was no farewell ceremony because it was not suitable. They came in public and left quietly. This was their own journey, and they did not need others to cater to them. Yang Chen, Bing Ku, Huang Xiaoya, and Li Peinan followed them. The 3 of them had never been to the 5th ring, and this was the first time. Practitioners always needed to go out and see the universe. They could not stay in the blue sky all the time. When their senior brother returned and the blue sky was safe, there was no reason for them to stay. 7 people from the Sword Soldiers' Legion died in this battle. It was mainly caused by the wild battle with the 3 monks of the Arhat formation in the void. It should be said that the casualties were very light. But in the 5th ring, it would be difficult to maintain such a light casualty rate. Swordsmen always had to move forward in the face of death. There was no other way. The casualty rate of the immemorial beasts was lower than that of the Sword Soldiers' Legion. Only 2 of them died. Firstly, they were all at the level of monarch. They were stronger than most of the Sword Soldiers' Legion who were Yuanying. Secondly, the immemorial beasts had extremely strong physical defense and vitality. But Lu Xiaoyi did not have a high evaluation of them. They were indeed strong in survival, but their efficiency in killing was not good. They were not even comparable to the body pulse martial sage. They could be used as qualified meat shields, but they were not suitable for fighting. This was the characteristic of their race, and it could not be changed. Relatively speaking, the Body Pulse Martial Sage Training Hall and the Body Pulse Martial Sage Training Hall had the highest casualty rate in his private army. Because of their wild attacking style, more than 10% of the casualties were killed. But Lu Xiaoyi would not look down on them, because these muscles were really fearless when attacking. The Body Pulse Martial Sage Training Hall and the Body Pulse Martial Sage Training Hall were the most outstanding practitioners with the kind of willpower and fighting passion. They could be used as the Sword Soldiers' Legion's supplementary attack. The cooperation between the Blood River sect and the remaining soul cultivators made people's eyes light up. Because they were the only organized force in the entire battle that could destroy the Great Arhat formation. This was something that even the Sword Soldiers' Legion could not do. When the enemy's casualties reached the limit, they would definitely collapse and scatter, unable to destroy them all. But the Blood River was different. Once you entered, it would be very difficult to come out, and there were many spiritual bodies lying in ambush inside. These were all his direct subordinates. If he wanted to make a name for himself in the future battles, he would need to fully utilize the strengths of each of these forces. They were not only his tools of war, but also his friends and brothers. He hoped that everyone would be well. When victory came, everyone would have the chance to enjoy their own glory. So, most of the time, he would be discussing, arguing, and competing with these practitioners of different orthodoxies. He would give his opinion, and others would also have their own opinions. These thoughts would allow everyone to live longer. Fortunately, they were all major practitioners, and they all knew the meaning of this. Only in this process, these orthodoxies would truly accept the leadership of the sword vein and truly form a whole. Friendship, only in this kind of environment, was real, trustworthy, and worthy of each other's trust. This was a real army. Chapter 1371. In the fifth ring, our Shenyuan has 3 waymarks. The 3 pure ones gave us 4, and Tai gave us 1. In other words, we have 8 waymarks to reach the 5th ring. These waymarks are distributed around the 5th ring. Some are far, some are near, some are difficult, and some are easy. The problem now is that we don't know how many of these waymarks have been detected by the enemy. How many have been destroyed or misled? If there's a problem with the waymarks, they will be sent to an extremely distant space. I believe that with the arrangements of the Buddhist sect over the years, they shouldn't have thought of these methods. Besides, Zerg is also very good at traveling through anti-space. The one who spoke was Old Simpleton, a monarch, a member of the Old Man Peak. The reason why they brought him along was that he had flown the route from the fifth ring to the blue sky dozens of times when he was a monarch. He had rich experience and was an experienced driver. Now that they had entered the anti-space, it would take them 3 to 4 years to reach the fifth ring with their speed. However, there were still many problems in front of them. What was the situation of the fifth ring battlefield? This was the most important thing to know. Only then could they determine where they were going to jump into the main world. Otherwise, if they ran for a few more years in the main world, they would have arrived by the time the war was over. Finally, there was the problem of whether the waymarks were safe or not. There was no problem with the waymarks, but was there anyone waiting to attack them on the main world? Just like how they attacked the beast tamer? Now, they were completely confused. It didn't matter to a cultivator, they would stop when they reached the fifth ring. However, it was intolerable for the commander of an army. He looked at Old Simpleton and Yang Cheng. When the war started, was there no communication channel between the fifth ring and the blue sky? Shenyuan and the three pure ones trusted the blue sky so much? So much so that they didn't send people back to ask. The fifth ring is so big, and half of the force's hometowns are in Zhuoju, Gemini, and Dhen. They should have similar routes in the anti-space, but no one sent messages back and forth. Old Simpleton rolled his eyes. What messages? All the forces in Zhuoju that could be sent over have been sent over, and the rest can't be mobilized. So, if their hometowns can't send reinforcements, why do they have to go back and forth so frequently? What's more, the other party must be very powerful. They must have made arrangements in the negative space for cultivators to bring news back and forth. If they are caught and their souls are searched for, what should we do? Yang Cheng was also helpless. Before senior brother Guangbo left, he told us to report every 3 years if there was an urgent matter. It was always Shueshan reporting to the dome, but it never said that the dome had to report to Shueshan. I reckon that the other sects and forces are the same. Their main base is in the fifth ring, and their secondary base is in their hometown. Lu Xiaoyi scolded, "You're F***king forgetting your ancestors." Even if he didn't say that he was a five-ring leader, it wouldn't be too much of an exaggeration to say that he was on equal footing with him, right? Now, this sense of existence was almost negligible. Are you saying that the fifth ring won't report the situation to their respective hometowns for the time being? The old crow head laughed, except for great victory or great defeat. Basically, no. Therefore, although there was no good news, at least there was no bad news, right? Moreover, the route they chose to report was far away from the fifth ring road. It was to avoid possible interception by the enemy in the negative space. Lu Xiaoyi understood. In other words, if we want to meet a messenger girl from the fifth ring road like in the novels, then save her, capture her heart, and learn about the situation in the fifth ring road. Then, our divine soldiers will descend from the heavens to save the fifth ring road from disaster and save the universe from danger. I don't have any hope for this face. The two were speechless. What kind of commander was this? He only wanted to show his face. It's hard to show your face. It's easy to show your buttocks. I heard that you little bastards like to show your buttocks in the natural selection. The old crow head spoke without the slightest scruple. Not likely. Little Yi, you still want to capture her heart. Can't you be more serious? Can't you read less novels? The stories are bad, and you look silly. You really. Yang Cheng was also very dissatisfied. Lu Xiaoyi's mouth was not serious, but his mind was racing. Not understanding the situation on the battlefield was a big taboo. He had to solve this problem. Otherwise, if he randomly appeared in the origin world around the fifth ring road with unknown targets, unknown battle situation, and unknown opponents, how could he fight? You mean to say that the fifth ring road won't have messengers traveling through the negative space, but the enemy will definitely have interceptors in the negative space? Yang Cheng also became serious. Little Yi, are you thinking of catching the enemy's tongue? In the negative space, a single floating raft was moving as fast as lightning. The raft was in a terrible state, with many missing parts. It looked terrible. The entire raft was in such a state, but it could still move as if it was flying. At the same time, it made people curious, but at the same time, they didn't know when it would fall apart. There was a clear symbol at the head of the raft. It was hazy and clear. Those who lived on this negative space route were no stranger to this sect symbol. It was the famous three clear orthodoxy of the universe's cultivation schools. But this kind of broken raft didn't match the status of the three clear orthodoxy. It was like a prodigal dog. The negative space here wasn't far from the fifth ring road. Faintly, sporadic rovers began to appear in the negative space. Unknowingly, around the broken floating raft, 5 more single-person floating rafts appeared. These were also the most common floating rafts in the negative space. Because of their small size, relatively low cost, fast speed, and flexible control, they were the first choice of powerful cultivators. As for those medium-sized and large floating rafts, they were basically owned by sects and forces. For individuals or small forces, they were an unattainable goal. Fellow Daoist, why are you in such a hurry? This is the negative space of the fifth ring road. You can't just barge in like that. A cultivator who surrounded them said sternly. The 5 of them, 2 true monarchs and 3 Yuanying, gradually increased their speed and sandwiched the broken raft, forming a pre-attack formation. One of the cultivators on the broken raft said impatiently, "You belong to the 3 clear orthodoxy. Can't you see? I want to know which sect you belong to. How dare you obstruct the 3 clear orthodoxy?" The true monarch leading the 5 laughed. "I was wondering who it was. So it's fellow Daoist 3 clear orthodoxy. We all belong to the same region. Now that the flood has washed over the Dragon King's temple, we don't recognize each other anymore. Fellow Daoist's floating raft is too broken. The markings are unclear and a bit blurry. Please forgive us. But looking at fellow Daoist, could it be that someone is chasing after you? If there's something, please speak frankly. The 3 of us are willing to lend you a hand." The cultivators on the broken raft were clearly on guard. "No need. I see that the 5 of you look unfamiliar. Where do you seek the Tao? Where do you teach? The world is difficult and the universe is chaotic. Don't blame me for keeping you 1,000 miles away." The true monarch laughed. "Of course you don't recognize us. It'd be strange if you really recognized us. The 5 of us come from the distant Gemini star system. We were pulled here from our homeworld to cooperate in the defense. We are not strong enough to fight in the universe, so we were sent here to guard the negative space. I don't blame fellow Daoist for being careful. I have a sect talisman here. You'll know once you check it." Chapter 1372. Clearly, the cultivator on the tattered floating raft was beginning to believe that this was indeed happening in the fifth ring. The fifth ring had not only deployed people from the left ring, but also from the Gemini star system and the Great Thousand Corridor. They were separated by hundreds of millions of kilometers, so how could they recognize each other? Even the sect's communication talismans were not familiar with them, so how could they tell if it was real or fake? But even so, Daoist 3 Purities was still very vigilant. He maintained a distance from the 3 people on the floating raft, only conversing with them verbally. He did not approach them at all. Blue Sky has been attacked and broken. There are 8,000 powerful enemies outside, and the Grand Enlightenment Temple is a mole inside. All resistance within the realm has been completely wiped out. I risked my life to run out, and many of my fellow sect members died to protect me. It was all for the sake of sending this news back to the fifth ring and asking for reinforcement. When the 5 heard this, they were extremely shocked. The leader of the true monarchs immediately ordered one of his subordinates to Yuanying. "We must ensure that this news is delivered. Go back now and use our passage to spread the news. Don't ruin the important matter." Seeing that the Yuanying had gone far away, he turned around. "Fellow Daoist, if you trust us, you can go back with him. If you don't, we are willing to escort you." Every sect had their own hidden coordinates in the fifth ring, so they would not necessarily trust others. Thus, it was reasonable for this person to travel alone, but it was rather rude for them to follow him. It was an act of invading someone's privacy, but if they added a dignified excuse of escorting him, it would be barely acceptable. The chaos of war had begun, and some of the usual rules could no longer be followed. The cultivator on the tattered floating raft clearly did not want them to follow him, but there were 4 of them, and they kept saying that they had good intentions, so he could not refuse them. He could only continue flying while asking, "Do you understand now? What are the forces attacking the 5th ring?" Unexpectedly, the true monarch leader was very tight-lipped. "We only know that there are Buddhists and Zerg, but we don't know anything else. We've always been in the negative space, so there are many things we don't know. You should know that our level is not high enough, and we're new here as well. No one will tell us the real core information." The cultivator on the tattered floating raft was clearly dissatisfied. "What about the battle situation? You don't know anything either." The true monarch leader said unhurriedly, "I don't know. There shouldn't be too many changes, right? You should know that a super large-scale war like this can easily last for hundreds of years. Only a few years have passed. Why are you in such a hurry? There will be no winner." The direction of the tattered floating raft was a bit off, but in the eyes of the Gemini star Taoists, it wasn't much. It was a hidden mark of the 3 purities, after all, so it definitely wouldn't appear in the most commonly seen airspace. After flying for a few days, a small planet appeared in front of them. The tattered raft brushed past the surface of the planet, and the other 4 rafts followed without hesitation. In an instant, it was as if they had rushed into some kind of gravitational field, and the raft speed was greatly reduced, like an eagle diving into water. The 4 of them knew that they had fallen into someone's trap. For a moment, they couldn't figure out what was going on. The only thing they could do right now was to abandon the raft and try to escape from this strange gravitational field. His reaction was very fast. As soon as the floating raft was put into the raft ring, before he could escape, the gravitational field disappeared and was replaced by a boundless river of blood. The souls inside seemed to be faintly discernible, letting out extremely sharp screams. Several hours later, in a certain pit on the small planet, a group of people were listening to Go Yuan's result. A river of blood and a soul cultivator, they were truly a perfect match. They were becoming more and more skilled at this, and none of the 4 escape. Capturing all of them alive was something that swordsman and immemorial beast couldn't do. They only knew how to use force. Not only did they capture people, but they also searched their souls. This was a soul cultivator's specialty. They didn't search all of them, either. They searched the souls of the other 2 in front of 2 people. Seeing their former companions in so much pain that they wished they were dead, the remaining 2 were separated and revealed the truth. After a series of operations, no matter how big or small, they were completely cleaned out. This Go Yuan really had the potential of a certain profession. Smokey let out a long breath. She was afraid that she had captured the wrong person. Capturing people and searching their souls was an almost unresolvable hatred. How did you know that they were fake? They were all pure Daoist cultivators. And what they said was reasonable. Lu Xiaoyi sneered. Both sides know the significance of the inverse space. But relatively speaking, the 5th ring doesn't expect reinforcements, but the enemy will definitely guard against this. Under normal circumstances, there will be scouts from both sides hunting each other in the inverse space, but we haven't seen this along the way. This means that one side has given up. Only the 5th ring can give up. Because they believe in the theory of victory, and in the application of the inverse space, Zerg's ability is above humans. This is the theoretical reason. What about the non-theoretical reason? Smokey was very interested in his train of thought. Lu Xiaoyi sneered. Because when I said that Zuoju was attacked, their reaction was wrong. How should they react? Huang Xiaoya was also very curious. Beside her, Wenju sighed. They should ask their homeworld if the Gemini star system was also attacked. This is human nature. If they don't ask, then it's fake. Lu Xiaoyi pulled back to the main topic. In this world, there are all kinds of traitors. Of course, this includes traitors. Alright, let's cut to the chase. For forces, Buddhism, ancient sacred beast, Zerg, winged man. The first 3 are what we expected. But what the hell is this winged man? Who can explain it to me? This question stumped most of them because most of them lived in Heaven's Choice Juzian and were not familiar with the main world. Even old Yu and Yang who did not know. In the end, it was old Daoist Wen Ji who stood up to dispel everyone's doubts. This was a cultivation encyclopedia. It seemed that there was nothing he did not know. After some effort, everyone finally had a preliminary understanding of the winged man. It should be said that they were a very powerful race. Finally, Wenji reminded him, "Little friend, with my experience in the universe's cultivation world, there are some things I don't know if I should say." Lu Xiaoyi nodded. "You said that you have always been my life mentor, the guiding light." Wenji ignored him. "I thought that among these four forces, the ancient sacred beast would be the last to fight. Maybe not even. This way, the strength of the ancient fierce beasts can be preserved. Otherwise, when they meet the sacred beast, they will fight to the death. Moreover, I have always been suspicious of the ancient sacred beast's attitude and purpose. They are very smart and know how to adapt to the general trend, so I feel that they are here to take this opportunity to ask for a promise from the humans. Is this purpose more important? So, don't go too far from the start. Give both sides enough time to contact and communicate. Slowly, figure out what they are thinking. I personally think that they are not bugs, and they are definitely not just trying to satisfy their desire to kill." Lu Xiaoyi stood up and clasped his hands. "I have learned. I don't want to touch the ancient sacred beast." Chapter 1373. Everyone sat in a circle with worried frowns. Smokey frowned. "Our biggest problem right now isn't who to hit or not to hit. It's because we don't know the specific locations of the four battlefields. We don't know which battlefields are the most difficult, the ones that need our support the most. If we're just guessing, we might as well go back to the fifth ring. I think we'll be able to get the most comprehensive and accurate information in the fifth ring. We won't end up empty-handed or go to a place that doesn't need us." These four traitors really didn't know much. They knew where the four main forces belonged to, but they didn't know where they came from. This wasn't something that they could figure out at their level. When the battle started, these stragglers were put into the negative space, and no one came to tell them the progress of the battle. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. "As a Shenyuan swordsman, my first choice is to save my sec. However, as a member of the fifth ring, my responsibility tells me that I should save the one that needs the most help, because no matter which of the four collapsed, it would be a disaster. Our strength isn't enough to support one of the four. We can only use it as a surprise attack. No one has any objections to this, right?" The group nodded. Lu Xiaoyi continued, "The only reason we can't confirm the direction is that we don't have enough information. These traitors are too weak to know the secret. Since they can't, we'll find the ones who can. Among the four enemies, there's only one in charge, the Buddhist. So we just need to find out which points in the negative space have the Buddhists involved. Go Yuan, did you find any information about this in your inquiry just now?" Go Yuan thought for a while and smiled cruelly. "There's a perfected lord who knows about this, but it's unclear. The other two who are awake didn't talk about this. It seems like they're still fantasizing. Don't worry, General, I'll talk to them again." Not long after, Go Yuan floated back. Done. Everyone set off, and they were even more careful. This place was close to the hinterland of the fifth ring's negative space, and there were many traitors and bugs. He didn't want to start a battle here. Fortunately, the four traitors were not of much use. They were quite familiar with the airspace and knew their own patrol distribution. This greatly reduced the chances of them being discovered. While searching, Yang Cheng came to his side and asked softly, "Little Yi, you haven't told me everything yet, right?" Lu Xiaoyi nodded. "Senior sister, speak your mind. Do you think Shenyuan needs help?" Smokey said without hesitation, "No need. In the history of Shenyuan sword faction, I've heard countless stories of Shenyuan rescuing other orthodoxes, but I've never heard of Shenyuan being rescued by other orthodoxes." Lu Xiaoyi laughed and said, "Let's not talk about history. Even a swordsman needs to put on some makeup. The key is the essence of Shenyuan the Great's vertical sword. Why is it a vertical sword? Why wasn't it called the Iron Sword, the Blood Sword, or the Undying Sword?" Therefore, the word Zong had its own true meaning. We must all comprehend it well. Smoky's eyes widened. Then what did you comprehend, little Yi? Lu Xiaoyi said proudly, I comprehended Shenyuan the Great's nickname. Smoky was surprised. You can even comprehend that. What's it called? Lu Xiaoyi was very mysterious. It must be called Run Run. Smoky chuckled. Shenyuan Run Run. Lu Xiaoyi. How dare you make fun of the patriarch? Lu Xiaoyi did not care. I'm just making fun of you, and you have such a big reaction. Where are the people taking a dump on Flying Peak? Why doesn't anyone care? Instead, it's the people standing at the foot of the peak who are holding toilet paper. What I mean is, our patriarch has already given us sword vein guidance on the direction of battle. Regardless of whether it's an individual or a group, the essence of Zhong is to fight if you can win, and run if you can't. What danger can there be? Smoky hesitated. I understand what you mean, but just in case, Lu Xiaoyi was very firm. There's no just in case. Think about it carefully. Enemies are coming from 4 directions. Because of the 5 rings, we can only deal with them from 4 different directions. We can't pull them from one direction, or else the enemies will be left empty in the 5 rings. We don't know how far the 5 rings will attack the enemies, but there's one thing for sure. The 3 pure ones, supreme ones, and Shenyuan will definitely be separated, because the other sects don't have the ability to stand alone. Smoky was very sharp. The 4th direction should be Garen's oracle. This is also the only sect that isn't too different from the 3 pure ones, and I estimate that Garen's opponent will be an immemorial sacred beast. Her train of thought was completely open. For someone who was very familiar with the 5 rings, some arrangements were not difficult to guess. After all, there were only a few sects in the 5 rings that were truly capable. She was very excited. Then, the sword vein led by Shenyuan must be facing the bugs. Yes, it must be, because when it comes to killing bugs, no one is faster than us swordsmen. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Senior apprentice sister's insight is like a torch, and your thoughts are quick. You hit the nail on the head. What danger can there be in killing bugs? It's just a test of speed. Only when the sword vein is fast enough will they be able to free up their hands to support the other directions. Therefore, the sword vein may be the bloodiest of the 4 directions, but it definitely won't be the most dangerous. It's precisely because the sword vein is fast and the bugs aren't slow that it's hard for reinforcements like us to accurately catch up to them. Today here, tomorrow there, how do we catch up? Smoky agreed with his point of view. Little Yi, is there a possibility that the enemies from the other directions will meet up? If that's the case, the situation will be complicated. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Senior apprentice sister, they won't meet up unless one of them completely wins. Why would they meet up? It's for nothing more than cooperation. When it comes to cooperation, who can match up to these 5 rings old foxes? They're all old foxes who have worked together to harm others for tens of thousands of years. How can the opponents cooperate? Have you ever heard of an immemorial sacred beast cooperating with a human? Or the winged ones who haven't entered the prime world for millions of years? Or the Zerg that everyone in the universe hates? None of them cooperate with each other. Lu Xiaoyi voiced his opinion. That's why they're coming from 4 different directions instead of coming together. They know very well that if the 5 rings power is gathered together, the potential they can unleash isn't as simple as 1 + 1. That's why they have to split up. They have to rely on numbers, bloodshed, and savagery to win in each direction. They have to use the dumbest method to break the cooperation of the 5 rings. This is the only way they can win. In a sense, the sword vein is the safest direction. Smoky was finally convinced. Then little Yi, which direction do you think should be saved? Chapter 1374. Lu Xiaoyi stretched out 2 fingers, 2 rescue directions, the direction of the 3 pure ones and the direction of the supreme ones. Or you can say, the direction of the winged men and the direction of the Buddhist. If senior sister was the commander, how would you choose? Smoky thought for a while. I can't choose between the 3 pure ones and the supreme ones. There's not much difference. But between the Buddhists and the winged men, if I had to choose, I would choose the winged men, although I don't know if the winged men are facing the 3 pure ones or the supreme ones. Lu Xiaoyi was very interested. Why? Is it because you think that the winged men's strength will surpass the Buddhists? Smokey shook her head. No. The Buddhists are definitely the strongest of the 4. But with the way the Buddhists do things, they might not go all out in the beginning. They are used to waiting for others to go all out first. Lu Xiaoyi sighed in admiration. Senior sister, it's better for you to take the position of general. I'll just be a soldier under you, serving tea and water, warming the bed. A month later, the army arrived at a space. Everyone abandoned their rafts and moved slowly with their bodies. In front of them were 4 single-person rafts, which were the 4 rafts that the traitor was on. Because his soul was searched when he fell into the blood river, all his treasures were taken by others, including these 4 raft rings. The one in front was Lu Xiaoyi, dragging someone behind it, which was the unlucky Tsong Rong. The 3 at the back were the 3 primordial soul true lords from the martial saint training hall. It was not that they were the strongest, but that they were easily exposed. The primordial great beast Xiong Liu and Zhu Ying were the strongest, but their surging primordial demon power could not be hidden from the Buddhists, who were very sensitive in this aspect. The others were better, but they were not that strong. Only the pure martial saint training hall had a special skill in concealing their aura. Even the Buddhists could not quickly distinguish their orthodoxy. The 4 floating rafts swaggered towards a marker. This was the node of the Buddhist Alliance Army in the anti-space. The Alliance Army in the anti-space was mainly arranged by the traitor and Zerg, but the commander was a group of monks who were in charge of deployment. In Lu Xiaoyi's divine sense, there were about 100 auras fluctuating in this area. Most of them were monks, but there were others. Since a Taoist traitor had come back to report to them, they didn't have too many suspicions about this group of people. However, when they were a certain distance away from the mark, some monks still raised their doubts. Get out of the raft and fly. Have you forgotten the rules after wandering outside for a few years? Lu Xiaoyi pulled the raft back. The sword flashed above his head and he rushed forward. His target was the mark, but he did not pay any attention to the monk. The monk was shocked, and just as he was about to warn him, Tsong Rong's flying sword had already pierced through him. He and the other 3 martial saints followed closely behind the general and rushed forward. Their goal was not to kill but to protect the mark. In Lu Xiaoyi's opinion, since it was the mark that the Buddhists valued, its relative position in the main world must be very important as well. Since they could not determine the best way to enter the main world, they would just go for the other party's main point. As soon as the few of them made their move, the hundreds of enemies around them immediately sensed it and rushed back to the mark. However, at this time, the mark was tightly protected by 2 sword chi rivers, one big and one small. There were also 3 martial saints defending in the inner circle. Almost at the same time, a huge aura rolled in from the outside. The sword soldiers' cooperation was perfect. They surrounded the enemies from all directions and immediately surrounded them. The 100 people were not the most elite force of the Buddhists. Otherwise, they would not have been sent to such a leisurely place like the anti-space. Under the attack of more than 2,000 elites, none of them could escape. With the sword soldiers' army, the blood river, and more than 20 immemorial beasts surrounding them, it would be a joke if one of them could escape. Lu Xiaoyi was not sure if their movements here would be noticed by others. However, it did not matter. In this cultivation world, there were no telegrams or telephones. Although the transmission of messages was enhanced by the ability of cultivators, it was still very awkward in the context of the void of the universe. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. Go Yuan immediately got to work. Lu Xiaoyi and the old Yu carefully studied the mark to see if it was tampered with. The key has changed. We need time to crack it. The experienced old Yu immediately saw that the mark was different. Lu Xiaoyi did not say anything and immediately got to work. The old Yu raised his eyebrows and wanted to scold him, but he forced himself to hold back. The control of the key required very profound knowledge. This young man was not a frivolous person and should not be so reckless. Sure enough, in his eyes, this young man's technique was very familiar, as if he was very familiar with the Buddhist technique of the mark. Have you done this before? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Yes, too much. Isn't this because I want to go home from Zhuxian? Therefore, I put a lot of effort into the mark and can be considered familiar with their technique. Senior, what do you think is the difference between my modification and the original model? The two of them learned from each other's strong points to make up for their weaknesses and quickly restored the original setting. The mark, no matter which universe it was in, or which orthodoxy it came from, its basic principles were actually the same. It did not mean that it was two completely opposite systems. The old you understood the system of the 5 rings, and Lu Xiaoyi understood the Buddhist system. The two of them came together naturally. In the end, even the Buddhists did not take out special forces to change the entire 5 rings mark system. They only made some slight changes to the 5 rings mark system. It might be difficult for people who did not understand it, but with an expert like Lu Xiaoyi around, it was not a big deal. After all, the real key was the battle in the origin world. Everything else was just a side issue. When the two of them restored the mark, Go Yuan also gained something. General. The situation is clear. The last time these monks received the news was half a year ago. The 5 rings sword vein, lightning vein, and body vein are dealing with 5 superlarge insect swarms. The direction is near the vast sea nebula. It's still half a year away from here. The 3 pure ones are leading the main forces of the 5 rings and confronting the Buddhists in the transverse galaxy. It's 3 months away from here. The Supreme Being is facing the winged men alone in the planetary belt 2 months away. Jiaolan is the furthest away, meeting the immemorial sacred beast a year away. This is news from half a year ago. As for the specific location now, no one can say for sure. Lu Xiaoyi asked, then, where are we now? Relative to the 5 rings? Go Yuan replied, General. We're at the 5 rings. From here to the origin world, we're only 10 days away from the 5 rings. Lu Xiaoyi was stunned. The enemy had set the anti-space node here, which meant that they had already gained control of the 5 rings. This was the result of their advantage in numbers. They could not deal with it. Especially the insect swarms and the winged men. If they spread out, it was impossible to intercept them one by one. They could only rely on the native forces of the 5 rings, those from Zhuoju, Gemini, and Dhen. The situation was even worse than he had imagined. The 5 rings people who had staked everything not only abandoned Qing Kong, but also abandoned the 5 rings to a certain extent. Chapter 1375. Go Yuan quickly said, in the monk's consciousness, the 5th ring hasn't been conquered yet. It's still in the process of dispersing, and it's already been going on for several years. But in the monk's consciousness, these scattered winged people and insect swarms are slowly gathering outside the 5th ring. Sooner or later, they'll launch a probing attack on the 5th ring. Lu Xiaoyi quickly made a judgment of the situation. The enemy was very cunning, and these scattered forces weren't coincidental, but inevitable. It was the intention of the Buddhist alliance to destroy the 5th ring's nest and strike a psychological blow to the 5th ring's people's confidence. The universe was vast and boundless, and it was very difficult to completely seal off a small army. This was especially so for races like the insect swarms and winged people, who relied on numbers to win. If a portion of them spread out and advanced in a curve, the 5th ring people wouldn't be able to stop them. The war had already been going on for 4 to 5 years, and the winged people's insect swarms had slowly accumulated to a certain extent. They had the desire and ability to attack, because the cultivators defending the 5th ring weren't real 5th ring people. Their strength and combat strength couldn't be compared. Moreover, the 5th ring didn't have a macro membrane, and there were holes everywhere. Even if there were many cultivators on the 5th ring, how could they defend against them? Lu Xiaoyi nodded at Xiong Liu, and the immemorial beasts began to break through the space barrier. This was a necessary safety prerequisite. Unlike the humans, the immemorial beasts didn't need anti-space floating rafts, and relied on their own abilities. They could maintain their own defense to the greatest extent, and were much more reliable than the human floating raft. They would go out first and occupy a position in the main world, and then the humans' floating raft. In an instant, energy gathered at the mark, and light flashed. A few nine-headed infants with the strongest vitality took the lead, and the others followed. This was the first time in millions of years that the immemorial beasts had begun to attack the main world on a large scale. To the humans, it might not be obvious, but to the immemorial beasts, it was a step in history that they had yearned for millions of years. Standing on the stage of the universe was different from the small skirmishes in the Green Sky Empire. For this, they had waited for too long. Impatience was their only emotion, because outside, near the fifth ring, was their greatest enemy, the immemorial sacred beast. The few floating rafts also started to move one by one. These were Clear Sky's high-end goods, so there was no need for them to gather energy one by one. Once the first raft opened, the others behind would be able to enter in a single file. While waiting, Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly at the two people beside him, Yang Cheng and Wen Ji. That's how war is. There will always be unexpected situations that will shatter your plans and make your plans go down the drain. He was always in a passive position to solve problems. If we can hold on, we'll win. If we can't, we'll go to the universe and fight guerrilla warfare. Smokey was speechless. Shouldn't it be a fight to the death? Wen Ji sighed. If Shenyuan is used up, many people will be happy. Staying alive was the best way to repay the enemy. Little girl, don't fight to the death at the slightest provocation. Look at your junior brother, he's running away at the slightest provocation. You're both from the same sect, but why are your philosophies completely different? Lu Xiaoyi glared at him. Old man, I often put my life on the line too. Wen Ji shrugged. I didn't see it. Anyway, the first time I saw you, you were running away. The army successfully rushed out of the barrier. Just like the information in the monk's consciousness, there were no cultivators guarding here. There were many marks, and it was a war. Even the Buddhists didn't have too many people to arrange. Since they had invested in the anti-space, there was no need to arrange the same forces in the main world. Here, Old Fu and Yang Cheng were like fish in water. They were very familiar with the fifth ring, so they were very close to it. Lu Xiaoyi made a prompt decision. Senior, Yang Cheng, we don't have time to think too much. Since we're already here, we can only solve the problem at hand. Let's take care of the nest of winged people peeking at the fifth ring first. And I think that after reaching the fifth ring, we'll be able to get more useful information. Yang Cheng suggested, the best strategy is to go back and gather people first, then take the initiative to attack. Then you hide on the side and suddenly appear. Fight for once and for all. I estimate that after this battle, the winged people of the insect swarm won't be able to spare too much strength to attack the fifth ring. After all, for them, a direct opponent is more important. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. That's feasible. But we still need you to send people to guide us. Moreover, we're a large group of people hovering in the air. It's easy to be discovered, so you must gather your troops quickly. Now, most of the cultivators of the fifth ring are from their hometowns. Won't they be afraid to fight? Yang Cheng snorted. If they come to the fifth ring, they're from the fifth ring. It's not up to them to decide whether to fight or not. As long as the fifth ring alliance gives the order, no one will dare to retreat. Yang Cheng and Old Fu led Icy Guest, Xiao Ya, and the others back to the fifth ring. Lu Xiaoyi led the army to find a desolate star to hide. Wen Ji was a little puzzled. The anti-space mark was attacked. This kind of news can't be hidden. The enemies in the anti-space will quickly find the passage and come to the main world to report to the battle group near the fifth ring. I don't believe that you don't know such a simple logic. We shouldn't wait now. Instead, we should take the initiative to search for them. After they had passed through, they had destroyed the marker. However, doing so did not make much sense because there were still insectoids in the negative space who were adept at traversing. They did not need the marker to find the passage back to the main world. They simply could not set up an ambush in the vast universe. Therefore, what Wen Ji meant was that they should take the initiative to search before the news spread, instead of passively waiting like they were now. But Lu Xiaoyi's way of thinking was different from his. Old man, the so-called art of war is actually continuous trial and error. The one who laughs in the end is not the one who has the most complete plan, the most ingenious idea, or the most courage, but the one who makes the least number of mistakes. And the worst mistake in war is to get lost. You just can't find the enemy. This is why I won't take the initiative to look for them. The enemy will almost certainly find the passage and go back to report. What will they report? Will it be an isolated incident or an army operation? They don't know. How many of them are there? They don't know. Our goal? They don't know. The only result of them going back to report is to make the battle group attacking the fifth ring nervous. I don't know what will happen if the winged people are nervous. But once the swarm is nervous, they will definitely attack in advance. Because they are afraid that the reinforcements might reach a strategic agreement with the native cultivators of the fifth ring. If all of this doesn't happen, then we will act according to the original plan. If the swarm decides to attack, they will definitely gather all the forces in the nearby space to carry out this attack. It will save us the trouble of looking for them everywhere. So, keeping an eye on the fifth ring is what we should do. Chapter 1376. Wenji began to understand. The old man was indeed knowledgeable, but he lacked understanding of the specific aspects of war. This was purely a matter of personal interest. Then, you wait here, Lu Xiaoyi smiled sinisterly. I'm waiting here because I don't want to run in front of the enemy's battle group. I like to chase after the enemy and stab them in the ass. Senior sister needs 10 days to go back. After that, she will immediately send someone to inform me of the location of the winged people's insect swarm. Then, she will gather her troops. This will take time. 3 days. 5 days. Then, in consideration of the fact that we have to get the news in order to cooperate seamlessly, she will attack in 20 days. If the winged people's insect swarm responds quickly, they will also attack in 10 to 20 days. Then, we will start to secretly move towards the fifth ring in 5 days. Old man, don't worry. The smell of the insect swarm is very strong. Maybe we humans can't feel it clearly, but Xiangliu and the others are very sensitive to it. This is the intuition of beast. So, we don't have to worry about not being able to track them down. Wenji wanted to get to the bottom of it. What if the winged people's insect swarm doesn't move? Maybe they really didn't receive the news, or to be safe. Lu Xiaoyi shrugged. Then, we will join forces with Smoke Puppet and fight head-on. How bad can it be? His understanding of war came from countless examples of war in his previous life. He found that the war of cultivators was very different from that of mortals. Because you didn't have to worry about food supplies. But there was one thing. Because they were in the universe, the battlefield was extremely wide. The possibility of not being able to find the enemy was much higher than in the mortal world. Even if you knew where the enemy was now, after a few months of running, the battlefield would have changed. This was the most troublesome part of the war of cultivators. It was easy to rely on a side division to achieve the effect of a surprise attack, but it was extremely difficult to do. This was something he didn't think of before coming back, but now he had a deep understanding. He couldn't solve this problem now, but here, in the fifth ring, he at least had an advantage that he could use. The fifth ring was extremely attractive to the winged people and insect swarm. Was he deliberately using the fifth ring to attract the insect swarm's attention? He didn't think so. In war, there must be a master and a subordinate. There must be someone who was willing to contribute and sacrifice. The general trend of the universe was like this. Who could stay out of it? Let their team attract the enemy's attention? If that was the case, then it might not be an attraction, but a complete fright. Once these things were scattered in the void of the universe, where would they find them? They couldn't stay here forever. If he wanted to do it, he had to do it thoroughly. He didn't even know the scale of his opponents, but that didn't stop him from taking a gamble. As long as this group of opponents was successfully eliminated, at least the safety of the fifth ring would not be a problem for the time being. This would allow the 4 teams outside to be at ease. This was very important. This was probably the reason why the enemy had gathered the scattered soldiers of the fifth ring. After saving Qing Kong and Wu Huan, would he be able to make a grand entrance in Juzian in the future? Call me Captain Lu from now on. Space Firefighter Captain. Lu Xiaoyi was immensely pleased with himself. Tong Yang and Lady Guan were playing chess with Lord Rock. However, it wasn't the killing chess of Zhu Xian's heaven and earth chessboard. Instead, it was a serious game of chess. On one side of the chessboard, there were 400 ancient sacred beasts eyeing him covetously. On the other side, there were 300 sacred beasts waiting for battle. Before coming here, Tong Yang had resolutely transferred a portion of Sangharama True Monarch and all of Sangharama Nascent Souls to the 3 Pure Ones. This was because even though the 3 Pure Ones had the largest group among the 4, they were also facing the greatest pressure. They had to face the Buddhist sects of the origin world. It was hard to say how much power the Buddhist sects had gathered, but the 3 Pure Ones couldn't face the power of hundreds of universes alone. As for the sacred beasts, it didn't matter how many of them there were. This game of chess had been played for almost 4 years. It was more tiring than a battle. However, she had to persevere. Lord Rock, an ancient sacred beast that loved to play chess. When it placed its chess pieces, it wasn't just a competition of wisdom, but also strength. It wasn't just life and death, but also the future. She didn't care about the situation of the other 3 teams. She only needed to do her own job. In the vast ocean nebula, the 5th ring team was in trouble. This time, the 5th ring team's distribution of power was quite normal. It seemed to be very effective against the swarm, but it wasn't a surprise attack. The sword vein, lightning vein, and body vein were all used together. Each of them had an advantage over Zerg in terms of battle results and mentality, but at the same time, it was also within the opponent's judgment. It wasn't that Zerg had become smarter, but that the Buddhist sects behind him had a clear understanding of this. They guessed that the 5th ring would definitely send these 3 veins to deal with Zerg, so they chose this battlefield for Zerg, the vast ocean nebula. The Buddhist sects spared no effort to help Zerg. Of course, helping Zerg was helping the Buddhist sects themselves. They would be able to hold back the strongest offensive orthodoxies of the 5th ring. For this, they had started preparing 100 years ago. Taking advantage of the chaos in the universe, the collapse of the Great Tao, and the instability of the weather, they secretly changed the vast ocean nebula. The vast ocean nebula was originally a strange, foggy nebula. Under normal circumstances, this kind of fog would have an additional effect on the Tao of lightning. However, the Buddhist sects used 100 years to change the nature of the vast ocean nebula. It took a lot of effort, and it didn't need to be described in detail. As a result, the current situation in the nebula was that it was difficult for the lightning clouds to gather, and it was chaotic and easy for them to disperse. Although this change wasn't enough to stop the lightning warriors from releasing lightning, its power would be reduced. In this kind of battlefield, it was equivalent to destroying one of the 5th ring's 3 offensive forces. This was only one of the rings. The Buddhist sects still had the 2nd and 3rd rings. The swarm had already planned their itinerary. They knew that the 5th ring people would definitely rush out to fight, so they set the battlefield in the vast ocean nebula. They planned to fight while retreating into the vast ocean nebula. After paying a certain price, they would completely kill the 5th ring's 3 veins here. As soon as they entered the nebula, they immediately used a moment technique, Buddha's illumination. The moment technique connected the veins. It equalized the veins of all the cultivators in the vast ocean nebula. Of course, it couldn't be truly equalized. It was just symbolically weakening those with strong veins and compensating those with weak veins. This equalization was a disaster for the 5th ring. The swordsman lightning cultivators didn't feel much. In fact, their veins were slightly improved. However, the body cultivators in the orthodoxies who relied on their veins were in big trouble. Their naturally strong veins were greatly weakened. Their Dharma idol was unstable, and they could condense illusions. Their combat power was greatly reduced. Although Zerg's improvement was limited, with its huge size, even if each of them had a limited improvement, the total amount was extremely terrifying. This moment technique destroyed another one of the 5th ring's 3 offensive forces. Chapter 1377. Finally, there was a rare Buddha's decree. Stop and sit, love maple forest evening. This was an ingenious use of time and space. It was the most outstanding work of body in Buddhism in the last 10,000 years. The wonders of it were not known to outsiders. It vividly expressed the concept of stopping, the sunset, and the evening forest. It was filled with the exclamation of time flying by and the passing of time. Its true meaning was to tell everyone to cherish the present and not to rush through life. The direct external manifestation was to restrict everything that was too fast. The faster the speed, the more restricted it was. It didn't matter if it was real or fake. The meaning of this seemingly inexplicable Buddha's decree was very clear. Whoever was fast would be restricted. Who was the fastest? The swordsman. Who was the fastest to make a move? The flying sword. Therefore, this was an out-and-out Buddha's decree that restricted the sword vein. This three-pronged approach was also the reason why the 5 rings, 3 of the top offensive orthodoxies, had not taken down the 5 large insect swarms after 3 to 4 years. The 3 lineages had also thought of many ways, such as retreating from the vast ocean nebula. However, Zerg refused to come out. The worst thing was that the 5 rings were moving in the direction of the vast ocean nebula. It was impossible to change directions at such a close distance. Usually, when the 5 rings were moving, celestial phenomena like the vast ocean nebula were simply beneath contempt. They could just crash into it. However, it was already too late. The 5 rings had paid a huge price for their pride. It could be said that the Buddhists had put in the most effort and preparation for Zerg's journey. Under the Buddhists' meticulous planning, Zerg only needed to sit in the vast ocean nebula and wait for the 5 rings to crash into it in a dozen years. What welcomed the 5 rings were 5 superlarge insect nests and countless insect. It was a good opportunity to display Zerg's characteristic of bringing his entire family with him, no matter how big or small he was. It was the best choice to attack a realm. It was too vicious. The only solution was to change the generals at the last minute. Let the 3 sword vein, the 3 pure ones, or the supreme ones switch positions. However, this wasn't a battle formation in the mortal world. On a small battlefield, as long as one was willing to pay the price, they would definitely be able to accomplish it. The oceanic battlefield was also quite a distance away from the other battlefields. The 3 pure ones and the supreme ones were already lacking in numbers, so how could they possibly be able to pull themselves out? If the sword vein had gone to cut through the star system or the planetary belt first, and then the Daoist cultivators had come over, Zerg would have attacked the 5th ring long ago. It was a dead knot. What was worse was that in the Buddhist sect's plan, the winged men and the insect swarm would fly out in all directions, pretending that they were at a disadvantage in the battle. However, in reality, they were gathering towards the 5th ring. There were many factions participating, and they had the advantage of numbers. Furthermore, they had made preparations over 100 years in advance, bringing their wisdom to the extreme. With such sacrifices, they gradually gained the upper hand. This was what they deserved. At the same time, the 5th ring was facing its greatest danger in the last 20,000 years. They boasted of their superior combat prowess, seamless cooperation, and rich combat experience. But in the face of the Buddhists' forbearance, all their advantages had turned into a joke. It was a perfect large-scale attack. There was no solution. Guan Du of the sword vein, Zixiao of the thunder vein, and Kunlun of the body vein. The 3 old young gods were at their wits' end. It wasn't that they didn't dare to go in and risk their lives, but with the number of insect swarm, they wouldn't be able to kill half of them even if they went all out. This wasn't the way of cultivators. They weren't completely helpless. First, they were replacing some of them. In the past year, most of the thunder cultivators had gone to the star system to support the 3 pure ones, and most of the body cultivators had gone to the planetary belt to support the supreme. This place was actually left with the power of the sword vein, led by Shen Yuan, Weijian Mountain, and the firmament sword sec. They wanted to tell Zerg that only the sword vein was left, and Zerg had the absolute advantage. Did he dare to come out and fight? However, Zerg didn't come out of the vast sea nebula. No one knew if it was because he was afraid of the sword vein, or because of the Buddhist sect's strict order. They had to admit that if they didn't come out, it would make the people of the 5th ring even more uncomfortable, because the 5th ring was approaching. Second, they were asking the 3 pure ones for help. In this regard, the sword veins' reserves were really awkward. They didn't have enough and couldn't target them. They had already used a few, but they weren't very useful. They could only hope that the Taoists would help, but they didn't know if there were any suitable ones. They had to admit that the Buddhist sect was really well prepared. It seemed that there hadn't been any good news since the start of the war. The sun gods gathered together. This was the darkest moment of their swordsmanship. They couldn't fight, and they couldn't retreat. Given the current situation, if they were to divide their forces and the Zergs rushed out, they would really collapse. A green nightmare token flew over. He Chu reached out and looked surprised. Lu Xiaoyi? Who is this? The azure sky was attacked by an army of 8,000 monks. They were completely wiped out by this person's army, and he even brought 2,000 reinforcements. And an immemorial beast. And a sword soldier army. What's going on? The other sun gods glanced at the green nightmare token. This was an urgent message that Yang Cheng had sent them from the dome. Ji Zhong said, I know this person. I saw him when I entered the sect. I think he was at Feilai Peak when he built his foundation. Everyone asked Lu Zhu for advice. He Chu, you weren't there. Did he grow a spirit breath? He can actually pull in reinforcements from the heavenly choice continent. Amazing. Uncle Guang also said, I know. When I went back to Mount Xiao for the last time, some outstanding disciples decided to stay at Mount Xiao to wait for him. There were external swords and internal swords. Looks like there's some inside story. Gong Yarrow was a little proud. They want to wipe out the winged insects in the sky above the fifth ring? They're quite ambitious. There's someone in my external swords. Guan Du stared at him. There's someone in Shenyuan. We've already reached an agreement with the Taoists to let the fifth ring live and die. In any case, there's a lot of strength from our hometown up there. At most, they'll be beaten beyond recognition, but it won't be completely destroyed. Now it looks like it's an unexpected surprise. Heck, pass down the order. After clearing out the enemies in the fifth ring, tell them to rest and reorganize on the spot and wait for orders. From their attitude towards the fifth ring, one could see the cruelty in these great cultivators' heart. To them, there was no need to think about whether to save people or land. As long as people were there, everything could be recovered. Otherwise, there was nothing to talk about. They were still suspicious of this motley crew from Heaven's Choice. They didn't doubt the result, but the process. Maybe the 8,000 monk army was just a title. Maybe this was the concerted effort of the entire Zhuju. The reason was very simple. If there really were 8,000 monk army, even if the sword vein sent 2,000 people, they might not be able to wipe them all out, let alone a miscellaneous army. It was just a matter of merit and merit. That was why they were ordered to rest and reorganize on the spot. They were afraid that they wouldn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and would think that they would be crushed to pieces if they charged into the battlefield with just a bit of strength. In their hearts, they were still very concerned about their sword vein seed, especially the swordsman from Heavenly Choice, Zhu Xian. Was a swordsman outside of the fifth ring really a swordsman? And a sword soldier army? Did they think they were Crow ancestors? Using a retro name like swordsman was just a frivolous youth. Chapter 1378. Across the galaxy, the battle between Buddhism and Taoism was in full swing. In terms of numbers, Taoism was at an absolute disadvantage. More than 20,000 Taoists were almost half of the fifth ring's strength, but the Buddhists on the other side outnumbered them by half. It was unknown whether it was because Taoism was good at defense or because Buddhism was bad at offense, but the battle was in a stalemate. However, the casualties on both sides were high. Here, the three Pure Ones were fighting with their lives on the line. The three Pure Ones were in charge of the dangerous and important positions, so even if they were at a disadvantage, they were popular and full of fighting spirit. They were not afraid of death and did not push others to take the blame. Of course, the other orthodoxes fought bravely without hesitation. In the face of major events, the three Pure Ones always knew their place. This was the tradition of the fifth ring for more than 10,000 years. There was no problem with their strength and fighting spirit, but in the hearts of the young gods, the scales of victory and defeat had begun to tilt. What disappointed them was that the fifth ring was the one who had risen. A 3 pure young god flew over. Senior brother, news came from the fifth ring. Qing Kong was attacked, but the 8,000 monks were all buried in the big and small intestine blind path. This is from our own channels, so it should be true. Qing Yangzi was slightly surprised. What happened? Did Zhuo and Zhu team up? There are no special people. That doesn't seem possible. The young god smiled. 2 people. One is Lu Xiaoyi from Shenyuan. The other is Qing Xian from the 3 Pure Ones. They both went to Juxian more than 600 years ago and became successful. Among them, Lu Xiaoyi pulled together a team. Now, Shenyuan Lu Xiaoyi is rushing to the fifth ring, and Qing Xian is guarding Qing Kong. Qing Yangzi sighed. After 3 years of war, the only good news came from Qing Kong. It's really a blessed land. If we guard Qing Kong, we'll guard the fate of the general trend. This is good news. Lu Xiaoyi? Why does it sound familiar? A young god said bitterly, 900 years ago, he stabbed a sword in the fish leap. Success meant playing around and leaving without a care. Now, he's a yin god. On Fangjong Island, he cut down everything. Qing Yangzi's mood, which had just improved, turned sour. Is there going to be a demon again? It doesn't make sense. Even if my luck is on the fifth ring, it shouldn't be Xuanyuan's turn, right? There was even a Li Wuya. What's going on? Another little ant. The few of them sighed, but the battle was imminent, so they quickly turned back. We've already sent 2 of them to the vast ocean nebula. They're already our best assets. However, according to Zi Xiao's description, I'm afraid that they won't be of much use. This Buddha revelation of the Buddhist monasteries is truly too targeted. Qing Yangzi sighed. For battlefields, every step is difficult. On the contrary, they had gained something from the battlefield. How had they fought this battle? The key lies with us, the people at the helm. His every move was within his opponent's expectations. It would be strange if he wasn't passive. After nearly 20,000 years of roaming the universe, our arrogance and extravagance. Sigh. We can only wait. A sun spirit was very worried. Wait. We can still afford to wait. The sword vein could also wait. But time was limited. There should be hope for Jiulan and Tongyang, but we are most worried about Wushang. It's too difficult for them to fight against the winged man army alone. Qing Yangzi made up his mind. We can only wait. The big change may come from Jiulan or the sword vein. It may also be something else that we haven't noticed. Let's discuss with Zi Xiao. We can still hold on here. Let the thunder vein go to the planetary belt. We can't lose anything along the way. This is the premise of waiting. Otherwise, everyone will be lonely souls in the universe. The biggest characteristic of Taoism and what it was best at was waiting. This originated from the deep-rooted Taoism philosophy of Taoism, which was to be inspired by nature. What was nature? It was the imperceptible influence over a long period of time. It was a waste of time. It was waiting. Therefore, Taoism was good at long-term planning. They would bury a chess piece in the east and set up an ambush in the west. Then, they would cross their legs, close their eyes, and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Even if they died before they could wait, it didn't matter. They would leave some disciples of the tactical edge sect to continue waiting. When they really waited, they would have to praise the foresight and vision of the patriarch. However, Taoism had nothing to write home about in terms of how to get through the current crisis. They rarely changed in the face of danger. They would definitely not destroy everything. They continued to wait, but this time, they weren't waiting for themselves. They knew that they weren't very reliable. Therefore, they waited for others. Waiting for Jiulan, waiting for Shenyuan. As the 2 biggest Daoist forces in the 5 rings, the 3 Pure Ones and the Supreme Ones naturally handed the future changes to their companions after bearing the greatest pressure. This was the reason why the 5 rings orthodox Taoism needed the sword vein, just like how the sword vein also needed them to bear the greatest pressure. In order to survive in the cultivation world, the division of labor was, Taoism was big, so it was the main force. Sword vein was sharp enough, so it was the main force. It was a very good way of thinking. They had played a decisive role in the Sirius expedition nearly 20,000 years ago, and had also played a decisive role in all the previous crises, big and small, because at that time, they were the most tenacious Taoists and the most fierce sword maniacs. Until now, because they had been together for too long, everyone's characteristics had changed. The Taoists also wanted to change like the sword vein, but before they could change, they couldn't bear it. The sword vein also wanted to change, but it couldn't bear it and forgot how to change. A pure young God sighed and said to his fellow disciples in private, "We were wrong from the beginning. If this happened 1 or 20,000 years ago, what would our seniors have done? No matter how many paths you take, we will only take one path. The 5 rings will combine and kill any path of Buddhism. Ching Kong, let it be. 5 rings, let it be. What old people? The 5 rings are right there, so what can you do? If you dare to kill mortals, you have to bear your own karma. If it's just destroying the mountain gate, so what? We can just take it back again, just like how we took it from Celestial Wolf in the past. We can rebuild it, and we have the ability to rise from the ashes." Unfortunately, the current Shenyuan was no longer the Shenyuan of the past. They didn't have the courage to recreate the madness of their seniors. The current 3 pure ones are also not the same as before. Even if Shenyuan really brings it up, we won't agree. This is the current 5 rings. Wait my ass. There were sensible people everywhere. But to really awaken, these sensible people had to become the mainstream. But in fact, sensible people like them were often more likely to be radical and die faster in war. This was the general trend. The glory of the 5 rings was in the tens of thousands of years after they were newly established, and then went downhill without anyone knowing. In the past few thousand years, it was just a false prosperity. The change of era was their opportunity. However, would anyone come to wake them up? Just like the Crow ancestor nearly 20,000 years ago, would they regain their glory? Chapter 1379. Daoist Chang Jin bathed in the battlefield. Even as the host, he had personally gone to the battlefield more than 10 times in the past 3 years. From this, one could see how intense the battle in the planetary belt was. They had been retreating. They retreated in an orderly manner while defending, persevering while retreating, and counterattacking while retreating. Originally, the battlefield between them and the winged men was still relatively far away. Now, they had retreated to a distance of more than 2 months away from the 5th ring. This was a humiliation to Wushang. Fortunately, Big Brother and Second Brother were all attacking together. Everyone was the same, and no one was better than the other. Wushang dared to face the winged men's invasion alone not because he was hot-blooded and angry. They were all cunning old foxes, and when they were angry, they would often take the blame for others and let others be angry. But in the face of a great enemy, Wushang was the same as the 3 pure ones. They also had responsibilities. This was stepping forward bravely at a critical moment. This was a real big sect. The deeper reason was that one of their seniors had once joined a mysterious organization in the universe and had interacted with the winged people. He had left behind some records in the sect. Although the incident itself was somewhat ambiguous and unclear, the description of the winged people was very detailed, especially their combat skills, strengths, and weaknesses. He had also made some pertinent suggestions. Because of this, Wushang stood up. But reading on paper was always shallow, and only when you encountered it would you know how dangerous it was. The winged men's savagery and fearlessness in battle completely made up for their lack of skills. Plus, they had a huge number. There were more than 10,000 winged men. If it weren't for the fact that 2,000 of them deliberately ran away during the battle, Wushang's less than 4,000 people might not have been able to resist. Even so, the continuous fierce battles had caused huge losses. Hundreds of disciples had died in more than 3 years. It was heart-wrenching. And this was with the Supreme's dense organization, all kinds of mysterious Taoist formations, and the close cooperation of their fellow disciples. "Have you sent the Taoist decree to the sword vein?" Chang Jin asked again. A Wushang young god replied, "Yes, we have. The people we sent were the best and most targeted, but I don't think they will be of much use. They and the three pure ones had sent people to the vast ocean nebula to help the sword vein solve the problem and unleash the power of the sword vein, but their efforts were in vain. This Buddha's illumination of Buddhism had a supreme nature. They all suspected that it was specially designed by a certain body of Buddhism for the sword vein and finally used here. For a moment, they couldn't figure it out. The other sun spirit didn't want the atmosphere to be too tense. There's still good news. News came from his old home, Dingshan, that Shenyuan cultivator Lu Xiaoyi had brought 2,000 reinforcements from Heaven's Choice. They had completely annihilated the 8,000 Buddhist monk army at the big small intestine blind path. There's also news from the mountain gate of the fifth ring. The reinforcements have already arrived at the fifth ring's airspace and are about to attack the winged man insects entrenched in the airspace outside the fifth ring. At the very least, our rear is temporarily stable. Chang Jin bitterly smiled. The Buddhists are attacking the fifth ring, and the reinforcements actually came from the heavenly choice continent. What was wrong with this world? Countless fifth ring yang gods were helpless in the war, but a yin god junior was in the limelight. Or a Shenyuan swordsman. And a Daoist three purities? But why aren't there any of my supreme elites? The cultivators below had no way to answer him. Chang Jin continued, if one day, this person leads reinforcements to resolve my supreme crisis, shouldn't we be deeply grateful? We've suppressed the sword vein for over 10,000 years, sparing no effort. It wasn't easy for us to slowly erase all traces of Li Wuya, but now another ant has appeared. He's already a yin god. He can already kill yang gods. Are we Taoists going to have to rely on others' whims and tails between our legs and pretend to be subservient? A young god laughed. Senior martial brother, you worry too much. He's just a yin god. There are still countless obstacles ahead. Moreover, his 2,000 people won't be able to play a decisive role in the planetary belt. In the big small intestine blind path, it's because the cultivation forces of the left ring are united against a common enemy. In the fifth ring, there's also the power of the continent that can be borrowed. It's not because of how powerful he is. Chang Jin didn't say anything. Nearly 20,000 years ago, this was how his seniors viewed Li Wuya. In the end, it wasn't for no reason that duckweed was blown away by the wind. He wasn't thinking about how to suppress him. It wasn't that shallow. In this era of great change, the most important thing for any faction or group that was interested in participating was to have a core. For example, the Buddhist sect's attack this time had set off a frenzy in the entire universe because they already had such a core. He had his own channels and had vaguely heard of this person. People called him a monk, a marching monk. The Buddhist sect had one, but what about the Daoist sect? Would it fall on Shenyuan? Or that young man from the Three Pure Ones? In his heart, if he had to choose, he would rather choose that ant from Shenyuan. As the saying goes, it's better to be a foreign invader than a domestic slave. That was the logic. Instead of Xuanyuan's Three Pure Ones leaving him out, it was better to let Shenyuan be in the limelight. At least that way, he would have a brother in distress who would always accompany him. He said softly, we'll wait. Wait for the wind to blow. If they wanted to stir up a storm, they would have to rely on their own abilities. Lu Jiantu, was returning to one's original self becoming popular? Did the Buddhists start to play this game too? Marching monks. Copying the wisdom of others and parroting the opinions of others wasn't that smart. Smoky and Old Fu's gathering of troops went smoothly because no matter where they came from, they had to accept the Fifth Ring people's attitude towards war. The management of these people was still incorporated into the original Fifth Ring cultivator system. They were managed by the sect masters and sects, not herding sheep here. Therefore, when they learned that there were reinforcements from beyond the heavens, it was a consensus to attack. On this point, every Fifth Ring cultivator who stayed behind to guard the Fifth Ring had the same blood. There was no doubt about it. The Fifth Ring was divided into 3 provinces. Shenyuan basically represented the western region, the Three Pure Ones controlled the Ursi region, and Wushang dominated the southeastern region. The opinions of these 3 families basically represented the Fifth Ring's opinion, especially during wartime. Under the current circumstances of war, once orders were given, everyone obeyed. They gathered the strength of 7,000 people. This was not all of the fifth ring, but a portion of them had to be left in the domain to deal with the possible swarm of insects. This was a necessary defense, a responsibility to the mortals, and also a burden for them in this war. This was the 5th day since Smokey's return. In these 5 days, the cultivators of the 3 provinces had basically finished their preparations. They were all selected experts who could fight relatively well. Of course, relatively speaking, they were still fundamentally different from the 5th ring cultivators. On the 5th day, on the dome, 4 cultivators gathered together to make the final deduction of the battle situation. They were clear about the responsibilities of each party. Among them was the only primordial soul cultivator left behind by Shen Yuan, Daoist Lafeng, the 3 pure ones left behind by Daoist Saibei, Daoist Daxing, the supreme primordial soul cultivator, and Lady Smoky. Chapter 1380. Smoky waved her hand and displayed a star map. It was the spatial distribution of the 5th ring. She pointed at a spot and said, "This is where the reinforcements are. There are about 2,000 elite soldiers. What we need to decide now is how to coordinate the time of action between both sides and the approximate location of the battlefield to facilitate the final joint attack." Daoxingist pointed and drew a circle in another direction. "This is where the winged people and the insect swarm are gathered. There are about 2,000 winged people and 10,000 insect swarm. To be honest, this kind of strength is not worth mentioning on normal days, but now that the main force of the 5th ring is here, everyone knows the strength of the remaining forces. If we send them out, we will lose without a doubt. This is why we didn't dare to act rashly even though we wanted to take care of them, so I need a clear answer. These 2,000 reinforcements must be elites, or else this joint attack will lead to a tragedy." Smoky promised without hesitation, "Senior brother, don't worry. I only mentioned a part of it. 300 ancient beast. You should know the strength of this reinforcements." Daoxingist and Sibei looked at each other and nodded. "We believe in the Shenyuan swordsman's promise. That's why we're here. It's time to take action. Otherwise, if these beasts come one day, we won't be able to deal with them." They discussed and decided on a course of action. Then, they immediately sent someone to inform the reinforcements. Just as Smoky said, they had to be the first to attack. After a stalemate, the reinforcements would suddenly attack to achieve the best result. The 3 pure ones had no objections to this. They were all veterans of war and had rich experience. Next, they just had to wait for the day to set off. However, their opponents were not made of wood. While the people of the 5th ring were still preparing their troops, bad news came. The winged people's insect swarm had attacked first. They were less than 3 days away from the 5th ring. Smoky understood that this was the enemy's first reaction when they were discovered when they entered the origin world. She blamed herself. Her plan was still a little wishful thinking. Lafeng comforted her. "Don't blame yourself. I told them long ago that instead of waiting passively, we should have rushed out long ago. No matter who wins or loses, the worst result is nothing more than a chaotic battle in the 5th ring." In the end, they weren't willing and couldn't make up their minds. They didn't dare to bear their responsibilities, and in the end, the insect swarm is gathering more and more. Sooner or later, these beasts will pounce on us, and we'll have to deal with them. How can we avoid them? Smoky whispered, "Senior brother." Lafeng smiled. "You did well. At least you gave them the courage to attack. This gave them the confidence to fight. Even if the reinforcements were illusory, they would still take a long time to arrive. This is our fate. Sooner or later, we will fight. The earlier the better." For this purpose, whether or not there were reinforcements, this gathering of troops was meaningful. Go and gather the troops. What's coming, there's no avoiding it. The power of 5 rings started to gather in the air, whether you were willing or not. The number of people was no longer 7,000, but close to 10,000. This was the full strength of a 5th ring cultivator. Because of the lapse in time, they had turned an active offensive battle into a passive defensive battle. Jian Bing, Li Peinan, and Huang Xiaoye were also in the formation. Out of curiosity, they followed senior sister Yang Cheng to the fifth ring. In Jian Bing's words, "Before I die in battle, I should at least take a look at the legendary scenery of the fifth ring." Now, Li Peinan was complaining. "I already said that it's safer to follow Master Lu. Now, you've seen the scenery of the fifth ring. You can die now. I'm also unlucky. And I've been unlucky for hundreds of years. I was unlucky in Qing Kong, and now I'm unlucky in the fifth ring. Bing. Tell me, how many times have we charged? Qing Kong only charged twice. We're already weak and the enemy is strong. Now that the fifth ring is here, it's still the same. It's better if the enemy is a monk. At most, we'll die in battle. But now, we might be bitten to death and swallowed into their stomachs and become feces." Huang Xiaoye also started to use TikTok. "Senior brothers, charge a few more times, and you can start the vibrating sword lineage." Bing had already gotten used to Li Peinan's complaints. "Keep shaking, keep charging. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. Shut up, that's my line." The three of them set off with the formation. While complaining to each other, they started to charge again. Was it safer to follow Master Lu? Or was it safer to charge and wait for Master Lu to save them? This was a problem. But this time, the charge was a fake one. Because most of the people in the formation were Dharma cultivators, their so-called facing the enemy was to charge out of a certain position and set up a formation in a suitable battlefield, waiting for the arrival of the winged men and the insect swarm. This was the characteristic of Dharma cultivators. It had never changed since the cultivation war. What's the difference between the winged men and the insect swarm? Which one bites more? Bing was very curious. His two companions didn't know either, but a cultivator from the Great Thousand Corridor beside him was more experienced. He had been in the fifth ring for a few years and had come into contact with these races in the past few years. Waiting before a big battle was very boring. Chatting was a very good way to relieve tension. The winged men don't bite, because their battle form is a human with a pair of wings. Will you bite when you're anxious? But they have their own wind and thunder technique. When they spread their wings, there will be wind feathers shooting out. Just like your flying swords, they are actually their feathers. Bing was puzzled. Then after a long time, won't they become featherless chickens? No matter how many feathers they have, they can't shoot out infinitely, right? Li Peinan also asked, "Human form? Wear clothes? Or cover with feathers? No matter what, they have to cover their crotch, right?" The cultivator felt a little embarrassed to be with them. Feathers can be regenerated. That's the peak of the wind realm. As for whether they wear crotch cloth or not, you'll know when you see it. Are you going to listen to me or not? Why are you asking such childish questions? The three of them hurriedly apologized, and the cultivator continued with a helpless expression. "The one that bites is Zerg. There are also different types. This usually depends on the size of the mouthpart. It's not absolute. But in battle, not only do you have to guard against Zerg biting you, you also have to guard against their other means, such as tongue licking, claws, tail stings, etc. There's more." The three of them humbly learned. Although it was a little last minute, it was better than not knowing anything. In the blue sky realm, they had never come into contact with these strange races. This was a big taboo for battle. There were many people like them in the human fifth circle camp. Some were firm and some were flustered, some were brave and some were afraid, some were good at fighting and some didn't kill much. But no matter what, since they were here, they had no choice. When the violent fluctuation of spiritual vigor came from the other side of the void, and a strong whistling sound, everyone became nervous. Among them, there were many who were also trembling cultivators like Bing Ku. Cultivators had many unique traits, but not everyone had fearlessness. Chapter 1381. At the end of their vision, the winged people and the swarm finally appeared. 1,000 winged men and 10,000 insects were nothing in the main battlefield, because the ones facing them were all experienced cultivators with 5 rings. Just like in the vast ocean nebula, the insects, which were 10 times more numerous, didn't even dare to step out of the vast ocean. However, the ones who were filled with fear here were the fifth ring cultivators. To be more precise, they were the cultivators from the Zhuju, Gemini, Dhn, and other normal void domains. They did not have the experience of facing a huge swarm of insects in the void of the universe. Psychologically, they were the ones who were suppressed. If they wanted to walk out of this shadow, they would need to continue fighting. But at least they didn't collapse. Individual battles and army battles were completely different. It was like a gangster fighting on the street. If you pulled him into a battlefield where two armies were facing each other, he would still feel nervous and thirsty. Because this was a battle that they couldn't control. A fifth ring cultivator leading the team kept yelling with his divine sense, "Steady, steady. Don't use spells too early. Wait for the enemy to come closer. You have to use spells at the same time to form a powerful attack." This was the same principle as the archers in the Mortal War. They needed to be well trained and have a strong psychological resistance. In the Mortal War, there were spearmen and shield bearers, but to the cultivators, they were not only archers but also spearmen. The powerful suppression suppressed all the spells that were about to be released. It seemed that only by releasing them could they be safer. From the cultivators' perspective, their opponents started to become clearer. There were all kinds of insects, and most of them were of the Yuanying level. Most of the big insects would be deployed in the main battlefield, or they wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the fifth ring cultivators. Although the main body of the swarm was hidden in the vast sea nebula, their mother insect and their nest were there. They couldn't afford to lose them. The swarm was known for its fearlessness in battle. This kind of fighting style was very scary for humans. Humans would think about how hard it was for them to cultivate for thousands of years, but the swarm didn't think about that. They followed their instincts. Then there were the winged people. They looked almost the same as humans, but they were a few sizes bigger and had a pair of beautiful wings. Sigh, they really aren't wearing diapers. But there's a lot of hair there. How can we tell the gender? There were also a few cultivators who were chattering away. Although they were trembling violently, it did not stop them from being talkative. Perhaps, being talkative was also a way to get rid of nervousness. Until the true monarch leader shouted, "Release." Nearly 10,000 human cultivators unleashed their magical techniques in an overwhelming manner. Because of the prior arrangement, the nature of the spells tended to be the same. Although it was far from being as uniform as the spells of the fifth ring cultivators, it was still possible for the spells to not interfere with each other. There were also flying swords, stones, and anything else you could think of. The first joint attack was considered a success, but then came the second. The second attack immediately exposed the weakness of these cultivators, which was their lack of training and mental endurance. Even though the perfected cultivators were shouting at the top of their lungs with their divine sense, almost half of the cultivators still threw out the spell as soon as they finished their preparation. However, they didn't care about the true monarch's orders for them to stay calm and act as one. This came from the psychological impact of the approaching swarm. It was just like how the recruits wished they could use up all the bullets in their guns in one go. Then came the third attack. At this point, it was completely impossible to unify the timing of the spells. Even the nature of the spells could not be unified. That was because the winged clan insects were right in front of them. When the cultivators were faced with such pressure, the only thing they had to consider was how to unleash their most powerful spells, their best weapons, and their strongest battle pets, instead of following orders and entrusting their safety to the perfected cultivator who was leading the team. This was the reason why the fifth ring cultivators did not drag this group of people into the void to kill the insect. If they were left to fight the winged people in the void, they could still use their abilities. However, if they were to fight the insects in the void, it was a completely different matter. The true monarchs were very experienced. They knew that there was no possibility of coordination for this group of people, so they changed their strategy. Charge forward. Charging through the insect formation is the safest way. This was the idea that the veterans had been instilling in the newcomers. The death rate of charging forward was not necessarily higher than retreating, because these beasts were the best at biting the tail. This saying was actually very nonsensical. The veterans actually knew that the most casualties would always be the warriors in the first and second rows. However, the advantage was that even if you died, you would struggle to your death. You could fight for your life and choose to die together with the enemy. If you were strong enough and reacted fast enough, you could even drag a few more enemies away. Some were determined to charge forward, while some were hesitant. Some charged faster and faster, controlled by impulse and bloodthirst. Of course, there were also those who charged slower and slower, from the front to the back of the formation. How many people could really risk their lives at the moment of life and death? Relatively speaking, the formation of the Western region was the most determined. Because of Shenyuan, because of Jiolan, and because of the last forces left by the Wei Sword Mountain and the Firmament Sword Sect in the Fifth Ring, those retired people were also the most professional group in this motley group of people. When the Qing Kong trio really started to fight, they did not tremble. Their swords were stable and accurate. They were determined and had a clear direction. They also knew that there was a limit to their cooperation. An external sword, a sword disc, and an internal sword complemented each other. They were closely guarding Yang Chen's side. Of course, they could also be hugging Yang Chen's leg. Well, Yang Chen's leg was not there. This kind of determination allowed them to escape the first stage of the battle, which was the easiest way to die inexplicably. With the speed of the practitioners, this kind of contact only lasted for a short period of time. After passing through the insect formation, none of them died. However, all of them were injured. Huang Xiaoya and Li Peinan were lighter, but Bing Ku was bitten directly on his butt by an insect. If Yang Chen was not quick enough to cut off the insect's neck, he would have been dragged into the depths of the insect swarm and eaten. However, his current situation was a bit strange. During the flight, there was a big insect head with a ferocious expression on his butt. Huang Xiaoya curled her lips in disgust and said, "So disgusting. Bing Ku, hurry up and take it off. Does it feel good to be bitten?" Li Peinan added insult to injury. "Xiaoya, you don't know. Bing Ku has this hobby. He has a masochistic tendency. Every time he goes to relax, he brings his own whip and lamp oil." Bing Ku had completely calmed down. His blood was hot, but his sword was steady. He laughed and said, "Let's follow senior sister and do it again. Let's try to kill one on each side. This is glory. This is a medal. When I go back and brag to others, when I take off my pants, they will all kneel down." Chapter 1382. The difference in numbers between the two sides was actually not that big. The winged insects were more than 10,000, while the five-ring cultivators were less than 10,000. In Lu Xiaoyi's words, they were evenly matched. The difference was in quality, not in individual quality, but in the group quality. Any one of the human cultivators here was stronger than an insect. But when everyone gathered together, the fearless nature of the insects was vividly displayed in the group fight. Humans had too many thoughts, and they often did not dare to fight on the front line. They always thought of eliminating the enemy while protecting themselves. How could this be possible? Killing the enemy in battle depended on an unswerving attack. Don't care about other things, such as your own safety, whether there was a chance to escape, whether you would be trapped in the enemy's formation. Kill the enemy in front of you first. If every human cultivator could do this, they could still win without the need for reinforcement. But these people could not do this for the time being. Maybe they could do it after a few battles, but not now. Zerg's winged people had no problem. They did not rely on faith, but on instinct. When the two sides were completely entangled, gradually, the five-ring human cultivators inevitably fell into a disadvantage, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Not to mention waiting for reinforcements to arrive in 10 days, it was difficult to even hold on for 1 day. Li Peinan's injuries were not light, but at least he could still move. He was carrying the ice guest on his back. This guy was bitten again, but this time it was not his buttocks, but the back of his neck. His neck bone had been bitten off. For a cultivator, he would not die, but he had lost all his combat ability. The battle was too intense. The two of them had already been separated from Yang Kai and Huang Xiaoya. Where could they find them in the vast battlefield? They could only find a small group of humans nearby and help each other to hold on. Brother Lee, put me down. I'm really sorry for dragging you down for so many years. I admit defeat. Brother Lee's life is still tough. When I reincarnate, my life will also be in my own hand. Lee Peinan was impatient. Do you think I want to carry you? At least you are behind me and can block the insect's bites for me. I can make use of trash before I die. Whether I can survive or not, who can say for sure until the last moment? You haven't kicked the bucket yet, right? I can't be happy too early. Bing Ku said weakly. Brother Lee, do you think Master Lu will come and save us? In the past, I would come every time. Ever since I met Master Lu, I have never missed it. That time in the grasslands of the northern region. Lee Peinan hurriedly dodged to avoid being bitten by an insect behind him. Don't talk nonsense. I don't have time to listen to your last word. You can't move your body, but you can still use your divine sense. Keep an eye on your back. In the fierce battle, Lee Peinan was also struggling. The number of human cultivators in her team was dwindling. Looking around, the winged man insect swarms were still wreaking havoc, and the number of fifth ring cultivators was gradually decreasing. She noticed that thousands of winged man insect swarms were gathering outside, but the humans were unable to interfere. They were preparing to launch another group attack to finish the battle in one fell swoop. He couldn't help but sigh. It's over. The two of us are going to die here today. We don't even have the strength to run. The ice guest giggled at the back. Because her neck bones were not strong enough, her laughter was a little windy. Phut. Phut. Brother Lee, listen carefully. I feel a large amount of spiritual opportunity coming from behind. Turn my head and let me see if Master Lu is here. Lee Peinan suddenly turned around. Just a glance and her eyes were a little wet, but she was still sarcastic. Damn it. It's over. You're lucky to not die this time, but I'm going to live in fear all day again. Lu Xiaoyi's team had discovered the traces of the winged man and insect swarms long ago, but with such a large scale, they couldn't follow too closely. They were easily discovered, so there was no point in attacking from the rear. They could only follow the insect swarms for 4 hours and rely on the immemorial beasts in front to provide the direction of the insect swarms. When the battle started, they immediately rushed forward. While running at full speed, Wenji asked, "Do we need to find a place at the edge of the battlefield, and then choose the time and direction to attack?" Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. "Old man, you've read too many novels. It makes sense to do so in the mortal world, but it's basically impossible in a battle between cultivators. Because you simply can't find a convenient place to attack, and also a very hidden place to hide. Moreover, this is only done when both sides are in a stalemate. For example, in those main battlefields, we can take our time to choose the time to attack. Do you think that these fifth ring cultivators, who are actually guests from our hometown, have the ability to fight the insect swarms to a stalemate? If they had that ability, they would have rushed out long ago. So, we can only continue to charge and enter the battlefield as soon as possible. At least, we won't lose a few friends." The team only ran for 2 hours for a distance of 4 hours, and in the process, they even increased the distance between them. The Sword Soldier Army was in the front, followed by the Body Meridian Martial Saint, followed by the Blood River Soul Cultivator, and finally the Immemorial Beast. Running like this wasn't entirely because of their speed. At least, the immemorial beast's movement speed was not below that of the swordsman. This was Lu Xiaoyi's intention. Although it couldn't achieve the strategic goal, it could still play some tricks in terms of tactics. If they arrived as a whole, they would be able to turn the situation around quickly with their powerful fighting strength. Then, they would definitely be bombarded by the winged men and the insect swarms. How would they chase after them? So, they had to use the tactic of adding fuel to the fire, and add fuel to the fire bit by bit. This made the winged men and the insect swarms unable to stop. They felt that there was still hope to eliminate this group of strong but weak reinforcement. When they finally reacted and wanted to run, they had already paid a huge price. He was very clear that without the terrain like the big and small intestine blind tunnels, it was impossible to wipe them out. If he wanted to eliminate as many of these things as possible, he couldn't startle them too early. This was also his absolute confidence in his sword soldier army. He wasn't afraid that these less than 300 people would be killed in an instant. This was the aura that the ice guest sensed. In order to help Li Peinan, he tried his best to extend his divine sense backwards, and discovered the reinforcements that shouldn't have appeared so quickly. The winged men and the insect swarms were gathering, and wanted to sweep away the fallen leaves. In the end, they didn't sweep away the fallen leaves, but a group of metal lumps flew over. The sword soldier army hadn't arrived yet, but the sky was already filled with hundreds of millions of sword lights. This was their cooperation that was engraved in their bones. Every demon's sword was as neat as one, and none of them were left alone. Hundreds of millions of sword lights soared into the sky river, and none of them were left alone. This was the perfect combination of strength and speed. This was the professional quality of a profession. This was a mighty army that had fought hundreds of battles in blood and fire. The sword river fell, and cut a wide empty space in the insect swarms. At the same time, 300 swordsmen simultaneously covered the sky. The next moment, they instantly appeared in half of the winged men insect swarms, and 300 sharp swords that were shining with cold light slashed down. The next moment, they all performed the side issue spell. They appeared on the other side of the insect swarms, and the sky was once again filled with hundreds of millions of sword lights. 2 far and 1 near, 3 attacks, and close to 1,000 insects were killed by the sword. This was the latest thing that Zhu Fan had figured out. He was still experimenting with it, and was preparing for the battle with the Buddhists in the future. But he didn't expect that the first time it appeared, it had already stunned all the creatures on the battlefield. Chapter 1383. In an instant, the leader of the winged ones and the leader of the insectoids had a disagreement. The insectoids wanted to withdraw from the battle due to their deep-rooted fear of the swordsman, but the winged ones didn't care. The main target of the swordsman's flying swords was the insectoid swarm, not the winged ones. This was also Lu Xiaoyi's tactic, to let the winged ones see hope. "It's the swordsman from the immensity sea. We can't hold them off," the big bug cried out. A skywing rebuked, "It's the swordsman. So what? Have you become gutless once you leave the immensity sea? No matter how strong the swordsman is, there are only 300 of them. We have the absolute advantage in numbers, so why can't we fight? Should we just flee and let the swordsman return to the immensity sea and slaughter your people? I dare say that the insectoid swarm has already rushed out because the swordsman split up. Your mission is to stall them and buy time for the immensity sea." The winged one's words were very provocative, using the insectoid nest as a threat. This was the insectoid swarm's only weakness. While the big bug was hesitating, the skywings struck while the iron was hot. With the winged ones as the main force and your insectoid swarm as support, we'll surround and kill them. Are you still afraid? The big bug was finally convinced. It wasn't because the winged ones were the main force, but because it thought that since the swordsman dared to split up, the battle at the immensity sea would definitely begin. In that case, it would be very meaningful for them to stall the swordsman. After all, there weren't that many of them. The swordsman legion's stunning attack almost scared the insectoid swarm away. This was something that Lu Xiaoyi hadn't expected. Fortunately, they still had a winged one. More than 1,000 winged ones began to surround and block the swordsman. Another 1,000 insectoid swarm joined the fray, creating a raging tide in the chaotic battlefield. The winged ones weren't wrong, but they had neglected the reactions of humans in adversity. This was especially true when they saw hope in the face of certain death. When reinforcements arrived, the psychological stimulation of a fifth ring cultivator was endless. With the veteran cultivator running around and shouting, and the winged tribe's forces being held back by the swordsman, the fifth ring cultivator was able to fight both offensively and defensively for the first time on the battlefield. The sword soldier army began to kite. However, the difficulty of kiting this time was much higher than the one in Zhuoju. Last time, it was the clumsy Ahut formation. This time, they were facing winged creatures that were born with the ability to fly, a swarm of insect. Under Zhu Fan's command, the demon blade was invisible. A sword river was always hanging around the demon blade. Sometimes, it would gather and slash down. Sometimes, it would disperse and attack in small groups under the command of the perfected sovereigns. Lu Xiaoyi was even finding and filling in the gaps, providing support for the sword's performance. There were also large bugs and skywings that tried to use their strong bodies to charge into the swordsman's ranks. However, these people were all defeated under Lu Xiaoyi's command. Right now, his greatest use was not to fly out and enjoy himself, but to provide protection in the midst of the sword. He wanted the swords to grow in battle, until the day when they could fight against a truly powerful human formation. Doing the right thing at the right time was what an outstanding leader should do, because these swordsman brothers would never be able to reach his level. If they wanted to survive in battle, the only way was to gather strength. To him, the swords that seemed incomparably sharp still had many flaws. They needed to be trained in battle. What better way to train than this swarm of insects? Under the sword's slippery hands, a moment passed quietly. Body Meridian martial sages sneaked into the battlefield from another direction. They had been with the generals for a long time and had completely learned those wretched battle tactics. They were no longer like before, where their aura would incite the enemy to fight back before they even arrive. Right now, they were sneaking into the village, and there was no need to shoot. The battlefield with tens of thousands of people was simply too big. A few hundred people rushing in from a certain direction did not seem to attract much attention, but the consequences were real. It was a real pain in the swarm's ass. Without revealing anything, the fifth ring cultivators began to gain the upper hand. Yang Qiong chopped off the head of an insect and looked at perfected Lord Lefeng beside him. The old perfected lord was somewhat absent-minded. "Senior brother, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? The situation is already set, and there are still 2 waves of reinforcements that have not arrived. I knew that little you would not disappoint me. This guy is so cunning, and he's adding fuel to the fire. He's afraid that the winged men swarm will run away." Lefeng stared at the huge demon saber without blinking and sighed. Looking at them, I wonder which Shenyuan is more like Shenyuan. Is it 5th ring Shenyuan? Or is it heaven's chosen Shenyuan? The Crow ancestors' inheritance is fascinating. The Sword Dao tablet's reputation is well-deserved. Even if these swordsmen were placed in the Dome Peak, they would be the elites of the elite. Their individual strength might be weaker, but in terms of overall strength, you can't find 300 people like them in the Dome Peak. Yang Qiong chuckled. They're not all Sword Dao tablet. I've been in contact with them for several years, and they were actually taught by Little Yi. They're truly unorthodox. Lefeng shook his head. Little Qiong, this is not unorthodox. This is a new way. I will report this to the sect. They need to be given a better treatment than ordinary disciples. Lefeng had his reasons for thinking so. As a senior Shenyuan, he could see many things from this team. Most importantly, they were selfless. In the sword formation, you are my sword, and I am your shield. As long as the attack position was reached, even an essence soul swordsman would be willing to be the shield of a few Yuanying swordsmen. Even in Shenyuan, this was unimaginable. How could an essence soul swordsman like him be the shield of a Yuanying junior? He would have to personally kill the insects with his sword. In a sword formation, there would be a loss of coordination, and there would be a master and follower. They would no longer be a whole. It was easier said than done. With his status, how could he be a supporting character? This was what he saw, and it represented something very deep. What position could the Dome Peak give a young Yin master with the support of such a sword army? Was it too low? Lefeng was lost in his thoughts, but the entire battlefield was changing at an accelerated rate. When another group of vicious Blood River people sneaked into the village, the situation of the battle began to change rapidly. The Blood River of Jiao Shui's group was huge, and there were many sinister and cunning soul cultivators among them. Their coordination was becoming more and more tacit. At this time, the sword soldiers no longer beat around the bush and began to attack with all their might. At this time, the leader of the winged men also knew that he could no longer hold on. Seeing the Blood River sneaking up to pick up the insects, the winged men whistled and officially announced their retreat. The idea of retreating was not bad, but the mistake was that they wanted to retreat as a whole. This gave the last batch of troops, the 300 primordial beasts, a chance to escape. In the end, they still collapsed and fled separately. Chapter 1384. In this battle, 9,000 fifth ring cultivators were dispatched, and 3,000 of them died. The loss was not small, but fortunately, their sacrifice was meaningful. 2,000 winged men and 10,000 insects. After this battle, only 20 to 30% escaped. In view of the main battlefield, the Buddhist camp could no longer deploy such a large number of auxiliary troops, so the safety of the five-ring continent was temporarily secured. Of course, the premise was that the four main battlefields did not lose. After the victory of the five-ring continent, Lu Xiaoyi led the troops back to the dome. Now was not the time to be anxious. From Yang Kai, he roughly knew the situation of the four main battlefields outside. Each had its own difficulties, but it was not urgent. He needed to carefully consider the actions of the sword soldier army, and could not be rash. Until now, his army was still showing off in the side battlefields, dealing with the second and third-rate forces of the enemy. If he really pulled them to the main battlefield and thought that it would be as smooth as the blue sky five rings, then he would be deceiving himself. He was confident that the collective strength of the sword soldier army was not weaker than anyone, but it was also a fact that there was a gap in individual strength. There was a gap compared to the elites of these big forces, and this gap could not be made up in a short time, or even in a long time. The sword soldier army was like this, not to mention Body Meridian Blood River and the others. It was normal for them to be at a disadvantage when fighting with the true Buddhist Vedanta. The two victories did not make him forget himself, although on the surface he was indeed in high spirits. Le Feng flew over. "Well, should I call you junior brother now? I remember when I met you 1,000 years ago, you called me Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster. Now, you have improved by leaps and bounds, but this old man has not made any progress. What an unpleasant meeting." Lu Xiaoyi hurriedly bowed. He had come into contact with this old man when he first came to the dome, and had vaguely seen his past when he used a secret technique in the chaotic Thunder Palace. He was a real old acquaintance, but this old man was indeed a bit slow. The Sun Spirit was a watershed among the Supremes, and it was especially difficult. This was also a fact. Immortals touched my head, and my hair was tied to receive immortality. When Little Yi came to Shenyuan, the Grandmaster touched my head, and I received immortal qi, which led to all the things that followed. Speaking of which, Senior Brother is my benefactor. In the future, I will need Senior Brother to take care of me in the dome. Was he openly siding with the faction? Le Feng was amused. So smooth. If this kid was all by himself, then he wouldn't mind having such a junior take the initiative to stand up for him. But now, with the 300 sword soldiers behind this kid, he really might not be able to protect him. If he really covered her, he was afraid that he would end up with a handful of shit. I don't have the ability to caress an immortal. Who knows, maybe I'll have to rely on you in the future. Little Yi, I think you're going in the wrong direction. The Legion had just won, and it was time for them to take advantage of the victory to set off. No matter which path they chose, they had great potential. In the Milky Way, each new wave pushes on the previous one, and the previous one dies because of decay. The situation at the front is unfavorable, and we need fresh troops like you to join us. Why did you turn back? Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. Senior Brother, you must be joking. The reinforcements that I've brought over are limited in strength. They can fight on the sidelines, but you think too highly of me if you want me to change the situation on the main battlefield. Le Feng sized him up for a while and nodded. In that case, there's still medicine to save him. Little Yi, you've already made a great contribution in the Blue Sky Five Rings. There's no doubt about that. Whether it's in the Dome or the Five Rings, you're now the de facto leader. But the main battlefield is different. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Just in the Immensity Sea, there are millions of insect swarms, and among them, there are countless large insects. The insect swarm just now is less than 10% of the total. Plus, there's the future of the Yang God insect swarm. Even the main force of my sword vein is struggling. This is not a joke. Lu Xiaoyi lowered his head and listened. This old man was a bit arrogant because of his seniority, but the true meaning behind his words was not bad. Le Feng sighed. It wasn't easy for you to bring in this batch of reinforcement. Especially this sword soldier army. I like it very much, so you must pay attention and be careful with the use of your strength. Otherwise, if you're not careful, it won't be surprising if a team of 300 people is taken away in the battle. Good steel must be used on the blade's edge. Go back to the 5 rings and gather all the information. Make a careful judgment before you decide on your course of action. Perfected Lord Le Feng was an essence soul perfected lord. Now that he was the palace master of Wen Guangfeng's chaotic thunder palace, he was in charge of all the affairs of Shenyuan in the 5 rings. This burden and responsibility were not light, and it also showed his position in the dome. Lu Xiaoyi was old friends with him, and he could be considered to have performed the ancestral rite when he entered the sect. There was a favor there. This was very important. Little Yi, since you've brought these 300 Huban back, I also know your intentions. This is a big matter. I can't make a decision on my own. These are not 300 Foundation Establishment Jin Dan, but 300 Yuanying perfected lords. You should understand the importance of this. Let's put it this way. Postponing this matter is also beneficial to all of you. If the 5 rings are defeated in the end, whether you join or not, if the 5 rings wins, Shenyuan still owes all of you a grand entrance ceremony. This is what they deserve. You don't care, but they need this. As for now, both the inner sword Fan Tower and the outer sword Bo Xie Tower can allow them to observe. I won't stop them. They all come from the same sword vein, and they even came from the sword Dao tablet of the Crow ancestor. Xuanyuan's swordsmanship is never stingy in showing it to others. Lu Xiaoyi thanked him again. This old man was knowledgeable about worldly affairs. He was magnanimous and knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was indeed worthy of being the person in charge of the sect at the dome. These words could only be said by him. Yang Cheng was not qualified. Of course, senior sister must have talked a lot in front of the old man. Otherwise, the old man would not be so clear about the origin of the sword soldiers' army. Before little Yi came to the 5 rings, he had the intention of going to the battlefield and changing the situation with a single strike. But after a few battles, he realized that the war between cultivators is not that simple. It is not something that can be covered by the military strategies of the mortal world. So, how to use this force can't be wasted, and can't be reckless. I still need senior brother's advice. Le Feng was very comfortable listening to him. Young people who had just achieved success were afraid of being arrogant and losing self-awareness and falling down. This little guy was not bad. He was ostentatious, but at heart, he was steady. Well, he was also a wicked and vicious person. You have vitality, and I have experience. Complementing each other is the right way. No matter how anxious you are, how can it be shorter than a few days? These bull-nosed people are best at delaying and waiting. If you can't control yourself, you won't match at all when you're in a hurry and meet a slow doctor. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Senior brother, is there a shortage of manpower at the Sword Vein battlefield in the vast sea nebula? Le Feng was surprised. Yes. We're lacking everywhere. But if you rush there, you can only mend it. You can't change the overall situation. The Sword Vein is not short of manpower, but it is short of battle. Because Zerg hid in the vast sea and did not come out, the Thunder Vein and Body Vein were withdrawn one after another. It was to calm the bugs down. If you mend them now, they will be scared back. Go back to the 5 rings and look at the latest battle reports. There will be an opportunity. You have to remember that your force is hanging in the 5 rings. Its deterrence is greater than if you put in, so, you must be careful. Chapter 1385. The dome had become the sword soldier army's checkpoint. Here, they could truly come into contact with the swordsmanship system of Shenyuan Sword School. Previously, it was fragmented, but now it was continuous. They couldn't get this in Blue Sky Mountain because all the swordsmanship inheritance had been taken away to prevent invasion. Lu Xiaoyi had the opportunity to fully understand Shenyuan before and after the war, about the sword vein, about the response of the entire 5 rings, as well as the real scenes of the various battlefields in the past 4 years. What made him speechless was that the 5 rings were really retreating, except for Jiulan, who was still negotiating with the immemorial sacred beast. The other 3 were retreating. The 3 pure ones were retreating because they were facing the main force of Buddhism. Without enough strength, they could only exchange space for time. The Supreme Being was retreating because it was difficult for a single group to fight against the huge winged men even with the help of the body vein. It was the group that suffered the most damage. The sword vein was also retreating. Because the vast ocean nebula, yes, because the 5 rings were moving forward. This was a coincidence of relative speed and relative position. The 5 rings had been moving, and the vast ocean nebula was also moving. They would meet in a certain position in the universe 10 years later. This was Zerg. Even if they didn't leave the vast ocean nebula, they were actually closing in on the 5 rings. This move was really too ruthless. It was whimsical, but it actually hit the sword vein where it hurt. He couldn't think of any solution. Hundreds of sun gods couldn't do anything, and all the Taoist masters couldn't do anything. What could he, a yin master with limited knowledge, do? He underestimated the heroes of the world. The real cultivation war was much more complicated than he imagined. It was also completely incomparable to the 2-side battles he had experienced. The dome was still the same as before. The sword light was still rushing and moving, but they were all middle and low-level disciples. Their elders were all on the battlefield, so it was hard to tell from the surface. He had learned a lot, but he still needed to wait for the latest news. Yang Cheng was very busy. She needed to deal with the aftermath of the battle. He could not find a single member of the sword soldiers. They were either in the Fan Tower or the Boao Tower. The ice guest was the most seriously injured. Li Peinan and Huang Xiaoya were not light either. This was the result of their fighting power rushing too fiercely. If their opponents were Buddhists, they would not survive. Lu Xiaoyi did not intend to take them to the next battle. Staying on the dome to defend against the stragglers was also a kind of battle. Moreover, these 3 people should break through to the next realm. He was the only one left, and there seemed to be nothing much for him to do. Before he came back, he missed this home very much. Now that he was back, he wanted to leave. He felt a little stuffy. This was the result of being used to being wild and being the master of one's own affairs. He was suddenly a little worried. If they won the war, the dome would be filled with seniors and elders. How would he deal with this problem? Le Feng's words were not groundless. He needed to think carefully because he was no longer the little foundation establishment Jin Dan who did not care about anything. It was impossible for him to cultivate obediently and wait for the sect to occasionally assign him a mission. He was no longer the original him. Moreover, he had his own direct power. It was not only his buttocks that determined his head, but also his arms. When his arms were thicker, his thoughts were different. Just as he was doing nothing, he suddenly thought of an old friend and disappeared. In a small farmhouse courtyard, Lu Xiaoyi slowly piled up the braised goods he brought from Juzian and Heaven's Choice on the stone table. It had been a little long, and he did not know if the smell was still there. When the aroma floated in the picturesque countryside, a short and fat man with black and white fur came out of nowhere. "Little Yi, it's rare that you still think of this little hobby of mine. It's not the smell of the 5th ring. Is it from another world?" Lu Xiaoyi said apologetically, "Ninth Lord. It's been more than 600 years, but you don't look old at all. You're getting younger and younger. This is a local specialty of Juzian and Heaven's Choice. It's just that it's been a little long. You also know that it's not convenient for me to run around in my current situation." Ninth Lord picked up a duck and chewed. "It's not bad. The taste is very special. It's good that you have such thoughts. I'm not picky. Juzian? Never heard of it. But I know about the Heaven's Choice mainland. Haha, little Yi can go so far. Back then, Master only found that place when he was a half-immortal, and he was even taken away." Lu Xiaoyi filled the cup with wine. This is the good wine that little Yi collected when he passed through the provinces over the years. Ninth Lord, try it. This thing will not expire. The longer you keep it, the more mellow it becomes. He was a nostalgic person. As time passed and his realm increased, he also realized how selfless Ninth Lord, who used to be crazy in the fifth ring, helped him back then. It was just like Uncle Di in the negative space. Although he didn't really understand the true thoughts of these seniors, it didn't matter. It was very comfortable to be able to come back alive to meet them, drink wine, and chat. He was also very curious. There were countless powerful people in the dome, but the one that he had always been thinking about was this fatty with mixed fur. He didn't know why, but he felt very close to him. At Ninth Lord's place, he felt very relaxed, just like at home. The fatty with mixed fur began to cry and snot. The child had grown up. Even if he came to see him with a bag of snacks, he felt happy. This was a kind of bond, even if he didn't actually help the little guy much. Of course, he wasn't worried at all. With such a background, why would he need help from others? He left for 600 or 700 years in a distant world. Not only did he become a perfected lord, but he also brought back a large number of brothers. He saw all of this. Just in this point, he was better than his master. His master was always alone, and in the end, he still didn't understand. Lu Xiaoyi didn't say much. He just accompanied him to drink. He didn't have any purpose. He just came to relax and see his old friends. Crow Ancestor was alone and came and went alone. If he didn't have these spirit treasure friends, after thousands of years, he would be very lonely, right? Ajiu was still crazy. He cried a few times, chewed a few mouthfuls, and drank a pot of wine. He was also enjoying himself. After a long time, he finally remembered the important matter. Little Yi, your friends are quite strong, but they're not enough to go to the main battlefield to stir up trouble. You're still young, so don't go overboard. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Only a real elder would say these words. Otherwise, a round of flattery would directly send you to the gates of hell. Ninth Lord is in the dome, but his heart is in the universe. Nothing can be hidden from Ninth Lord's eyes. Ajiu smiled proudly. Of course I know. But I won't tell them. I'll let them fight for it themselves. Come, I'll show you something. Ajiu sucked his greasy fingers in his mouth and wiped them on his clothes. With a stroke of his short hand, a space of 9 palaces appeared in front of the two of them. The space was heavy with black fog, and they didn't know where it was. Gradually, the black fog dissipated, and the starry sky appeared. However, this was not what surprised Lu Xiaoyi. What surprised him was the magnificent battle of cultivation against the backdrop of the starry sky. There were tens of thousands of cultivators on both sides. One side was Tao, and the other side was more Buddha. Tao and Buddhist techniques filled the sky. This, Ajiu chuckled. This is the real situation of the 3 pure ones and the Buddhist sect fighting. How is it? Is it exciting? Chapter 1386. Lu Xiaoyi stared intently at the fierce attacks and defenses on the battlefield. The Buddhist sect's ferocious attacks and the 3 pure one's steady defense displayed the top art of war in the human world of cultivation. He had to admit that although his sword soldier legion was not weak against such a professional cultivator army, their numbers were too pitiful. Lord Ju showed him this to let him have a clear understanding of his own strength. Lu Xiaoyi observed carefully, and the more he looked, the colder his heart became. Not to mention personal skills, just the level of defense of the 3 pure ones showed the perfect application of Taoist techniques in war for more than 10,000 years. This was the painstaking effort of countless top cultivators, and it was not inferior to his 100 years of research on the sword soldier legion. Even so, they had to retreat step by step under the pressure of the Buddhist sect. In terms of war, both sides had almost reached the peak. It was impossible for there to be a force that far surpassed such a cultivator army in this world. This made him understand a principle. If a cultivator wanted to ignore all this, he could only start from himself and strive for a higher realm, and not endlessly train in a team, which would waste a cultivator's precious time. There's more. Ajiu seemed to be presenting a treasure and drew out another space, but it was another battlefield. However, The two sides of the battle had become a pair of winged men, and it was another form, more violent and bloody. Lu Xiaoyi had already come into contact with the winged men in the outer space of the fifth ring, and they had left a deep impression on him. He felt that they were much stronger than Zerg. They had strong vitality, astonishing speed, wind and thunder as supplement, and attacked like lightning. During the Battle of the Fifth Ring, most of the people they killed were Zerg, but the damage to the winged men was limited. In the end, the ones who escaped were basically the winged men. This was not only the tactical requirement at that time, but also the result of the winged men's strength. After watching for a long time, he had to admit that whether it was the Buddhist sect or the winged men, it was difficult to say whether his 2,000 people would be able to change the situation. He could not say that it was useless, but it was a little self-deceiving to make the final decision. This is the Sangharans. In one of the scenes, a female Taoist priest was playing chess with a Kuanpeng. He couldn't tell what was going on, but judging from the female Taoist priest's frown, he was afraid that she didn't have any advantage in the game. Finally, it was the scene of the sword vein. The funny thing was that the swordsman, who had always fought bravely and bloodily, was actually not fighting. Instead, they were all sitting cross-legged in front of a vast and boundless nebula, waiting for something. Ajiu was not worried and gloated. "Look. Use me for the first battle, use me to win." This was the slogan of these swordsmen. Now that they were out in the open, none of them dared to attack. They were truly cowards. A bunch of trash. I think Shenyuan is getting worse and worse after all these years. Lu Xiaoyi was a little speechless. This Juyi's buttocks were really remote. It was as if other than its former owner, it didn't care about anyone else. However, Ajiu still understood. After complaining a few times, she even knew to explain to the swordsman. The greatest danger of a swarm is in their numbers. With the command of the swordsman queen, they are not afraid of death, as if death is another kind of rebirth. Therefore, there is no species that is not afraid of war. The reason why the swordsman was Zerg's bitter opponent was because the swordsman had two major battle treasures. One was their speed, and the other was their sword speed. These two treasures could guarantee that each swordsman could deal with more than 10 swordsmen without any problems. The swordsman had fewer people, and it was precisely because of this that they had the upper hand against the swordsman swarm. However, the Buddhists' Buddha illumination changed everything. The faster the object, the more restrictions there would be. In the vast nebula, a cultivator's speed was limited to 60% of its original speed, which was basically the same as the swordsman's speed. The worst thing was that the speed of a flying sword was reduced to 40% of its original speed. Under such circumstances, the swordsman might as well fight hand-to-hand instead of flying sword. With the absolute advantage in numbers, even if all of them died, they might not be able to exchange for 30% of the swordsman swarm's speed. Therefore, they might as well not fight. That Guan Du isn't stupid. He knows that he can't risk his life in such a battle. He can only wait for the other Daoist sects to send the Buddha illumination over and see if it can break this restriction. Lu Xiaoyi didn't think too much about this. There were so many things that even the Sun Spirit couldn't solve, so he didn't worry about it. What he cared about was, "Lord Ju, you're really good at this. Could it be that you know everything that happens in the universe?" Ajiu laughed dryly. "That won't do. Lord Ju's ability is limited, and it's only limited to the space around the fifth ring. You know that I have 5 pieces of desolate beast bones. Lord Ju is now at the perfected Lord realm, and I have figured out some special abilities. As long as I place the bones, I can see the scene there. Therefore, Lord Ju has watched all 4 battlefields, including the one you fought, to relieve my boredom and pass the time." Seeing how focused Lu Xiaoyi was, Ajiu became mysterious again. "Little Yi. Not only can Lord Ju watch, but I can also send people over." Lu Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. "Send people? Can you also send an army?" Ajiu shook her head. "That won't do. If I can really send an army here and there, wouldn't this universe become my world when it comes to a fight? Instantly teleporting an army is the ability of an immortal. Moreover, when I teleport people, it depends on certain qualifications. You can do it, but others can't. Adju wasn't telling the truth. It could actually send people in batches, but there was a limit to the number. For example, Lu Xiaoyi's private army could be teleported several times, but it didn't plan to do so, because it didn't want this little guy to take the risk just because of such convenient conditions. It didn't know any great principles, but when it compared the current little guy to its master, it was a little worried. Back then, its master had always been a lone wolf. He rarely relied on external forces. Although this kind of temperament was a little unique, in its opinion, it was the only way to achieve personal success. After all, cultivators were not the kings of the mortal world. They could make friends with all the heroes in the world and establish a dynasty. The future of a cultivator was only related to their personal ability. Otherwise, even if you had 30 or 30,000 tigers, it would be useless when the time came. It wanted to tell this reason to the little guy, but it didn't know where to start. It didn't know what to say, but it had to say it. Little Yi, do you know how my master, the crow ancestor of Shen Yuan, used my ability back then? Lu Xiaoyi felt something in his heart. I don't know. Why don't you tell me, Lord Ju? Adju sighed. My master often borrowed my teleportation ability when he was at Foundation Establishment Jindan, but he never abused it. He only used me as his last means of escape. After Yuanying, the times my master used me could be counted on one hand. After he became a perfected lord, he never used me again, let alone in the future. From the beginning to the end, my master never brought anyone else to use my ability. Once, I asked him if he thought that Adju's realm was low and my ability was not good enough. My master said that this was his personal experience. Occasionally, it was the right path for cultivators. Chapter 1387. Seeing that the little guy was still deep in thought, Adju simply let go of his mouth. When you were in the Foundation Establishment Jindan, you never begged me once. Lord Ju is very happy and also very sad. I'm happy that you're an independent child with your own opinions. I'm sad that I can't help you with anything. Now that you're back and have become stronger, Lord Ju is still happy and sad. I'm happy that I can finally help you, but I can't satisfy your requests. Lu Xiaoyi broke into a smile. He understood. He walked over and hugged Lord Ju's waist that he couldn't wrap his arms around. Lord Ju, little Yi understands. They all understand. I won't easily put myself in an uncontrollable danger. I won't be addicted to leading a large number of cultivators to roam the universe. When all of this is over, I will embark on my own cultivation journey. I won't take the risk of leading the army through you. However, I can occasionally take risks like the crow ancestor through you, right? Adju shed tears again. It realized that the more it lived, the more it was regressing. The little guy was very sensible. It was not worried that Lu Xiaoyi would take risks through it, because he could take it back the same way he gave it away. The most terrible thing was that he could take the army with him. Personal transport was very fast and safe. However, it took a long time for the army to transport him. What if he couldn't get away from the war? He understood the inexplicable feelings of humans very well. 300 brothers were trapped in it. How could the sword master leave? If he couldn't leave, he could only die with everyone. At that time, Adju could only watch and not do anything. This was the situation that it tried its best to avoid. Of course. Lord Ju hasn't even sent you off yet. In fact, your crow ancestor was often beaten up when he was young. Once, I remember it was at Yuqing's Shuyu Mountain. He was beaten into a pile of rotten meat. If it wasn't for Adju, how could there be him? You're more promising than him. At least you haven't been beaten up by anyone until now. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. Of course, he had been beaten up before. He would definitely be beaten up again in the future, but it didn't matter. Being beaten up wasn't a bad thing. It was the price of growing up. Adju let him continue to watch the 4 scenes and drank her wine. You're an adult. You have your own judgment. So I won't try to persuade you. At that time, your crow ancestor also wanted to go out every day to seek death, and I couldn't stop him. In the end, I just want to tell you that I, Lord Ju, will arrange a way out for you. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Your crow ancestor had always made arrangements for himself before a fight. I'm curious. Since you're so afraid of death, why are you running around? Lu Xiaoyi stood in front of the 4 screens for the entire night. He thought about it the whole night. When he saw the 3 Pure Ones and the other Supreme Taoists fighting a bloody battle, he would never shrink back. Looking at Shenyuan swordsman's calmness and composure, he was definitely not rash. Everything was so strange, abnormal, and unreal. In this battle, the Dao vein and the sword vein seemed to have switched roles. The once hot-blooded Dao vein had become calm. What used to be slippery had become iron-blooded. But in the silence of the swordsman group, he saw a volcano that was about to erupt. On the surface, he looked calm, but on the inside, he was surging with turbulent waves. He was worried that there would be a time when the volcano could no longer be suppressed. When the heat of the volcano reached the upper level, when some Daoist technique or Dao illumination had a slight effect, when the swordsman's speed could be restored to 70 or 80%, when the flying sword could be restored to 60 or 70% of its original speed, he had no doubt that the volcano would erupt. Burning bugs. They would also burn themselves. In Lu Xiaoyi's opinion, although the sword vein was the safest and had no losses now, when it really erupted, it would be a real disaster if only part of its strength rushed into the vast sea nebula to fight to the death. Shenyuan would be destroyed. This was what he saw after watching for an entire night. It was something that was hidden in the depth. This might not be part of the Buddhist sect's plan, because they wouldn't think that the sword vein would be so stupid. But the Buddhist sect would definitely work hard in this direction. This wouldn't be the 3 Pure Ones and the Supreme Daoist sect's cooperation, because Xuanyuan's destruction wouldn't benefit them at all. This was the result of countless coincidences and unavoidable entanglement. The trigger was the sword vein's pride. A danger that no one had seen, but in the actual situation, undercurrents were growing. Of course, Xuanyuan's young god wouldn't be so stupid. They must have their own reasons. They must have fully weighed the cost-effectiveness ratio and believed that it was worth it. They believed that the sword vein could do it at a certain price. Because they were the vanguard, the fist of the attack. Now that even the center and rearguard were fighting, how could they remain so calm? Moreover, the vast sea nebula was still constantly approaching the 5th ring. Trillions of mortals could be poisoned by Zerg. Was this something that human cultivators could endure? Not to mention the swordsman. But didn't the bugs have other methods to deal with it? What if this was really a trap? Time was tight. Because the 3 Pure Ones and the Supreme Daoist sect's top-notch Daoist sect had already been sent out. Once the sword vein's higher-ups thought that one of them might be effective, they would definitely gamble. Gambling early was always better than gambling late. They couldn't gamble when the bugs were approaching the 5th ring, could they? He resolutely made up his mind. He whispered to Lord Ju, "Lord Ju, I'm going out to discuss something. I might have to trouble Lord Ju to send me back." Regardless of whether Aju agreed or not, he had already left the world, leaving Aju alone there. The wine was not delicious and the meat was not fragrant. He was the same as Master. He only knew how to court death. It regretted showing him these things, and it shouldn't have told him that it could teleport. It only wanted the little fellow to be happier, to know the dangers of the battlefield, and to be less involved. However, it did not expect that the 2 people who had come and gone as they pleased in the realm of 9 palaces would be so stubborn. They would not leave even if they were led by him, and would only retreat when they were fighting. Lu Xiaoyi found Daoist Lafong. It wasn't that he didn't trust senior sister Yang Kang, but senior sister's status in Shenyuan was far from enough. Her words didn't have any weight. To do this, there had to be someone important in Shenyuan. It would be best if it was a young god, but now that the young gods were not around, he could only find the number 1 person under the young god, the chaotic Thunder Palace Master, Daoist Lafong. She told Lafong about her considerations, which were reasonable and well-founded. Lafong nodded his head. However, Lafong didn't know what to say. "Little Yi, I can understand your worries. To be honest, this is also what I'm worried about. You are the most outstanding person in Xuanyuan's younger generation, and I am proud of you. However, The 6 young gods are in charge, and I am not confident that I can influence any of them. Moreover, I believe that this is also what the 6 senior brothers are worried about, so they will definitely consider it thoroughly and try to launch an attack without affecting Xuanyuan's safety. After organizing his words, he said, "You're right. We can never abandon our pride. We will never become the sinners of the 5th ring world. Therefore, we will definitely launch an attack before the vast sea nebula reaches the 5th ring continent, regardless of whether we are confident or not. Even if the Buddha illumination sent over has the slightest effect, they will attack. I would do the same if it were me. It would make no difference if it were you. Then, tell me, do you have a special way to deal with the insects that you want me to stop? If it is just a delay, then it is meaningless. The only meaningful thing is that there is a way to completely deal with the Buddha illumination." Chapter 1388. Since Lu Xiaoyi had been forced to this extent, there were some things that he had to say. "Senior brother, I heard that there's a strange technique among the primordial beasts, the 10,000 beasts ancient sacrificial ceremony. I heard that under the sacrifice of 10,000 beasts, it can break all the illusions of the cultivation world. Even if it's a half-immortal or body, even the immortal spells of immortals will be weakened under the primitive sacrifice of 10,000 beasts. That's because the primordial beasts are a species born with the universe. They have the oldest, purest, and most chaotic bloodline. If we carry out the sacrifice of 10,000 beasts in the vast ocean nebula, I don't think the so-called parking car love maple forest knight will be able to stop and love, right?" Even with Le Feng's essence soul cultivation, he stood up in shock at this suggestion. His eyes burned as he stared at Lu Xiaoyi. "I've heard of the 10,000 beasts ancient sacrificial ceremony. It does have such power, and it's even more incredible than what you said. However, that requires 10,000 beast. Not 10,000 in terms of numbers, but all the primordial beast, including the primordial beasts and the primordial sacred beast." Lu Xiaoyi did not evade. "Senior brother, the 300 primordial beasts are under my command. They're ready to be used at any time. They include all the primordial beast. What we have to deal with now are the primordial sacred beast. Little Yi is not talented, but I'm willing to make this trip to persuade the primordial sacred beast. Firstly, it's to exterminate the pests in my sword vein. Secondly, it's to do its part for the primordial beast." Daoist Le Feng was in high spirits. "This is a great merit. Whether it's for my Shenyuan, or for the primordial beast." But fellow Daoist Tong Yang couldn't do it after nearly 4 years. "How can you do it? Furthermore, the 2 battlefields are far apart. This round trip will take a long time. Who knows if it won't delay the opportunity?" At this point, Lu Xiaoyi could only puff himself up at his own cost. "I have my own ideas. As it involves secrets, forgive me for not being able to tell senior brother. However, it won't delay any time because Master 9 will send me there directly." "Master 9? Le Feng was stunned for a moment before he understood. He was referring to Zhu Lingjun. Zhu Lingjun, the master of the 9 Palaces realm, the master of the Shenyuan sword sect. It was the same at Mount Xiao, and now it was the same at the Dome. He had a bad temper and didn't care about anyone. Relying on its former master, no one in the sword faction dared to say anything about it. Every time there was a big matter, it would ask for advice. Even if it was just pretending, it had been pretending for tens of thousands of years. His senior brothers had also consulted him about this battle. They didn't dare to think too much. They only hoped that 9th Elder Master would set up an instant communication channel. However, they were all mercilessly rejected. No one was angry. Who would have thought that he would make an exception for this brat? And it was an exception. Help with instant teleportation? Only the Crow ancestor would receive such treatment. Was there something deeper that they had yet to see through? Le Feng did not bat an eyelid. After saying so much, only the last one really attracted his attention. An existence like Zhu Lingjun must have something special to be taken in by the Crow ancestor. Now, the 9th Elder had his eyes on this kid, the first one in 10,000 years. Lafong buried his suspicions in his heart. He had to talk to his 6 senior brothers about these things. They couldn't just treat this kid as an outstanding disciple. They had to look up to him as much as possible. In that case, this old man will personally make a trip to the vast sea nebula to stop the senior brother's plan. However, little Yi, my shoulders are narrow, and the time I can buy for you is limited. With various reasons, it won't take more than 2 years. You have to plan your trip well. Don't delay things. Lu Xiaoyi stood up. It's a deal. Senior sister had not returned yet, and he did not want her to worry. He only gathered the leaders of the several legions and gave them some instructions. In the end, he left behind a few primordial beasts. Xiong Liu bowed. Whether it succeeds or not, since the general has such intentions, the primordial beasts will always be your friend. At any time, with just a talisman, we are willing to fight for the general. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. I'm forced to do something beyond my ability. I didn't expect to solve your problem so quickly, but since we've bumped into each other, let's take a gamble. Don't talk nonsense. I need to know your vision, hopes, and conditions. Don't talk nonsense with me. I need your bottom line so that I can negotiate with those sacred beasts. Otherwise, if I succeed and you don't agree, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? The human beasts chatted for a long time. Finally, Zhu Ying shook his 9 heads and said, General, you're worried that if too many of us go, it will directly lead to a battle. We can understand this. But at least a few of us will go with you to protect the general's safety. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. What's the use of a few of us going? It's all the same. If there's really a disaster, who can you protect? If a human like me goes, at least there won't be a fight immediately, and there are also human cultivators there, so there won't be much danger. Bringing you along will only make things worse. After thinking for a while, he reminded them again, when we first met, we might have some ulterior motives. But after hundreds of years, we're all friends. If we're friends, we have to speak the truth and not talk nonsense. So I have a few words to say. I hope you don't mind. Xiong Liu and the others nodded. General, you treat us as friends. Of course, we also treat you as a friend. You can speak the truth. Even if you scold us, it doesn't matter. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Why would I scold you? What I want to say is that although we've talked a lot and had a deep discussion, I'm not you after all. There are some things that I can't know. In the negotiation, there are always unexpected problems. I can only make my own decisions, but I can't ask for your opinions in advance. In my opinion, we live in the cultivation world, so we have to do things according to the rules of the cultivation world. The overall strength of the sacred beasts is slightly above you. Do you admit this? Although the beasts were embarrassed, they couldn't ignore the truth anymore. They nodded their heads. Lu Xiaoyi asked again, it's you who came to the origin world, not the negative space where the sacred beasts went. Isn't that true? The beasts continued to nod their heads. Lu Xiaoyi came to a conclusion. Therefore, during the negotiation, we primordial fierce beasts shouldn't fight for the so-called equality treaty. If we haggle over some so-called literal things, it's inevitable that we will suffer some losses. Who hasn't suffered losses before? This time, the beasts didn't nod their heads. They still couldn't accept it. Lu Xiaoyi guided them patiently. Let me tell you how humans deal with such unequal treaties. For us humans, the weaker party usually signs a contract first and then slowly changes over a long period of time. For example, I'm fighting for land with my neighbor. He's stronger than me, so I'll let him have more land. But I can secretly move the fence this year and dig a well next year. I can also find an opportunity to hook up with my neighbor's good-for-nothing descendants. I won't feel bad when the children sell their grandfather's land, and so on. When time passes, you look at the contract again. It's actually a fart. A contract is meant to be violated. Do you understand? The few big beasts finally laughed. Their commander's words were right on their mind. Chapter 1389. After explaining the important matters, Lu Xiaoyi returned to the Nine Palaces realm. He looked at Lord Zhu, who was still chewing on the chicken hole, and bowed deeply. Lord Ju, please send little Yi to the Garan battlefield. Aju's eyes became clearer and clearer under the soaking of the alcohol. Is little Yi going to convince the ancient sacred beast? Lu Xiaoyi also knew that in the dome, nothing could be hidden from this master. As long as it wanted to know, it would definitely know. He did not hide it. That's right. Little Yi feels that this is the only way to resolve Xuanyuan's crisis, the death of the 5 rings. I'm not going to fight, I'm going to talk. Lord Ju, don't worry. Aju shook his head. How to resolve Xuanyuan's crisis? I don't care. I don't care how to make the 5 rings prosper. Your Lord Ju has never cared about these things. I only care about the people around me. Since you're going to talk to the ancient sacred beast, then remember, that black dragon head is one of us. You don't have to be polite. If you have any requests, just order it. Lu Xiaoyi was stunned by Lord Ju's words. Black dragon head? One of us? Was there such a way? He had also observed the group of ancient sacred beasts very carefully. The Kuan Peng was the leader, and there were many races under it. However, the most powerful group was the dragon group. More than 50 black dragons of the same color had a great advantage among all the groups. It could be imagined that they also had a lot of authority among the sacred beasts. The Kuan Peng was playing chess in front of them, and the group of beasts behind them was led by it. Its face was arrogant and despotic. As it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, it was exceptionally fierce. Was this one of them? And he even ordered it. Was Lord Ju drunk so much that he was hallucinating? Lord Ju, don't joke around, Lord Ju sneered. Do you think I'm drunk? Even if all the good wine in the world is in my stomach, I won't be confused. That's it. You don't have to say anything or hint at it. Just order it directly. There's no need to be polite. If it dares to talk back, I, Lord Ju, will tear its dragon skin and use it as a skirt. Lu Xiaoyi stood in the space of the 9 palaces and waited for the teleportation. 9 was still there. After you go, familiarize yourself with the method of returning, don't just charge in like a fool. As Lord Ju chattered on, the space changed. To him, it was as if he had just changed into another 9 palaces space. However, when he walked out of the 9 palaces space, he was already in the universe. In the vast void, there was a gigantic meteorite beneath his feet. It was also the place where 9th grandfather buried the desolate bones. If he wanted to return quickly, he had to go through the setup here. Of course, he could also pass on the news. With Lord Ju's help, Xiao Chen was finally spared from the pain of running around. This was especially valuable during a huge battle where time was precious. Not far away, different auras could be felt. They were the primordial sacred beasts and the Sangharama cultivators. He identified the direction and did not hide his aura. He swaggered towards the group of Garan cultivators. Human cultivators would always have messengers to pass messages back and forth, so both sides did not mind. As he got closer, he finally saw the battle formation of both sides. This was actually not unfamiliar to him. After all, he had been watching Lord Ju's 9 palaces image for an entire night. However, he did not feel the tension of the actual situation. Here, the atmosphere was full of hostility. It was not as peaceful as it was in the image. The 300 cultivators of Garan were on guard. On the opposite side, a black dragon was flying up and down, showing off its might. Lu Xiaoyi naturally joined Garen's team. Everyone looked at him strangely, and a young spirit frowned. Who are you? Why are you here? Lu Xiaoyi took out a purple sword that represented Wen Guangfeng's chaotic thunder hall. He had specially asked Le Feng for this. His mission was to persuade the primordial sacred beasts, not the Garan oracle. Therefore, it was more direct for the sect to stand up for him. I want to talk to the primordial sacred beasts directly. Senior brother, please pass on the order to senior sister Tong Yang and arrange it as soon as possible. The sun god was somewhat dissatisfied. You sword vein can't even clean up your own mess. You can't even deal with the insects in the vast sea nebula. Now you want to interfere with my mission? Please forgive me for being blunt, but the sword vein should pay more attention to the vast sea, Not here. He was very blunt. Even if the two families were in the western regions and had a good relationship, the war had not gone well for several years. Everyone was impatient and had some temper. Even Garin was like this, not to mention the always irritable Shen Yuan. This was also the reason why Lu Xiaoyi felt so pressured. The general situation was difficult, and it would affect people's mentality and quietly change their way of doing things unknowingly. We are all in the fifth ring, so we should advance and retreat together. Although we are divided into 4 groups, we are equally worried. Shen Yuan has some ideas about the primordial sacred beasts, so he came. He is not here to take credit, but to help the overall decline. Just like the sword vein was blocked in the vast sea, the Supreme Three Purity Garin sent Dao Jiao to help. These words left Garin's sun god speechless. Must it be now? Senior sister Tong Yang is now in trouble. If you fail, the primordial sacred beasts may not give us another chance. Lu Xiaoyi gritted his teeth. He could only brag shamelessly and throw caution to the wind now. Even if he didn't have a very practical plan and didn't grasp the primordial sacred beast's weakness, all of his ideas were just guesses. Such guesses came from his understanding of the changes in the universe, from his guesses about the primordial beasts, creatures that were born together with the universe, from his worry for Xuanyuan's sect, and from his sense of responsibility toward the fifth ring. He wasn't pretending to be a big shot. If the strength of the fifth ring was complete, he only needed to report this idea and let the Sun God senior brothers handle it. It wouldn't be his turn to give orders. But now, weren't they all not here? Moreover, he had his own advantages when carrying out this mission. For example, he had completely won the primordial beast's trust, and he had the so-called allies that Lord Ju mentioned. In addition, he had a good mouth. At the very least, he had more hope than this senior sister Tong Yang, right? This senior sister had been playing chess here for almost 4 years. Other than frowning more and more, she didn't seem to have made any substantial progress. He also knew Garen's thoughts. To them, being able to maintain this was a victory. It was a help to the overall war. However, the problem was that the other directions were in danger. It was time for them to make progress with the primordial sacred beasts. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. I have a certain degree of confidence. The key is that the other battlefields can't afford to delay. Senior brother, it's impossible for you not to understand the situation of the other 3 battlefields. Previously, you could still regard delaying the primordial beasts as a victory, but now, it seems that the other 3 battlefields need you to be the first to come to a conclusion. There's not much time left. We can't delay any longer. Garen's sun god sighed. How could he not know this? Originally, he thought that it would be fine as long as they could stall for time, but now, the situation was that they needed to be the first to determine the direction. These sword lunatics were professional killers. What about negotiations? Senior sister, there's such a thing. Chapter 1390. Tong Yang was having a hard time holding on. In the past 4 years, she had basically figured out the rock's intention through the battle of wits and courage. The immemorial sacred beast did not intend to completely intervene in the war of the universe. However, their purpose was not to stay out of it, but to intervene to a limited extent. There was still room for them to choose between Buddhism and Taoism. There were 3 reasons for the stalemate. First, they wanted an explanation. Second, they wanted to show the existence of the immemorial sacred beast. Third, they wanted to get as many benefits as possible. This was their strategic intention. Their tactical intention was to stall Garen's team so that they could not be distracted. This made her very uncomfortable because the rock obviously did not want to talk, and she could not promise anything on behalf of the 5 rings, let alone on behalf of the human cultivation world of the main world. She wanted to end this meaningless game, but she could not fight and expand the conflict. She could not retreat and let the immemorial sacred beast enter directly. This kind of negotiation was a kind of torture even for an experienced person like her. Until one of her junior brothers sent a message to her through divine sense, she felt relief. She was not too worried about whether this Shen Yuan swordsman could do anything. At the very least, he would return empty-handed just like her. She believed that Garen could not do anything to the immemorial sacred beast, but could the immemorial sacred beast do anything to her? Fight. If they really wanted to fight, they would have done it long ago. Why would they wait until now? Therefore, she directly said to the rock, I have a friend who is good at playing chess. Since Kuan King likes chess, it is too boring to be my opponent all the time. How about I find an opponent for Kuan King? The rock was silent. Tong Yang smiled and then retreated. As she retreated, she saw the young Shenyuan swordsman, who was only at the level of Yin Master. She did not show any surprise. Even among people with special abilities, one could not judge the truth by the level of cultivation. The rock is good at attacking the opponent with spirit. You have to be careful. Don't become an idiot before you finish your word. Lu Xiaoyi respected this expert from Garen very much. At the very least, he knew when to give up. He did not put on airs and was a practical person. Thank you, sister. Thank you for your help. After the battle, I will treat you to a meal. Tong Yang's heart jumped. Lu Xiaoyi, the young man who led the reinforcements of Heaven's Choice to resolve Qing Kong's crisis and the Fifth Ring's crisis. For a person like her, she valued the opportunity of the general trend very much. Could it be that the opportunity of this battle between Taoism and Buddhism was on this young man? He looked frivolous and out of tune. Lu Xiaoyi pondered about the nickname of this senior sister as he walked forward slowly. Although he did not feel that the Kuanping was deliberately targeting him, the pressure of the Kuanping was the most powerful among all the Archean beasts he had encountered. The immemorial beasts were also divided into different bloodlines. Among them, there were only a dozen species that stood at the top of the pyramid. The Fei was not even worth mentioning. There were 5 major species of ominous beasts: the Xiangliu clan, the 9-headed dragon, the Swan Ni, the Jiao Duan, and the Ba serpent. However, there were even more top-notch bloodlines among the sacred beast. The Phoenix, the Kuanping, the Dragon Clan, the Kirin, the Zhuhuai, the Zhuyang, the Swan Ni. Among them, the Phoenix and the Kuanping were slightly more powerful than the other immemorial beasts. This was the reason why Lu Xiaoyi felt the pressure was heavy. It was also the reason why the Xiangliu clan was defeated in the end. They were not strong enough. The Kuanping was somewhat dissatisfied, because it respected its identity. A human opponent should at least be a sun god, right? Was it an insult to use a little yin god to play chess with it? The immemorial beast would not tolerate its dissatisfaction. Even if it restrained itself, part of its mental power still seeped out of its body. With a snort, it pierced into Lu Xiaoyi's sea of consciousness. It wanted to teach him a lesson so that this human would back off. The spiritual power of the peak of the sun god, and the spiritual power of the Kuanping that stood at the top of the pyramid of immemorial beasts, penetrated directly like a real awl. Lu Xiaoyi realized the danger. In his sea of consciousness, the sparrow palace spread out. A big bird flapped its wings and shook off the spiritual attack of the Kuanping in the mottled light. At the same time, the big bird seemed to have been violated. It cried out and revealed its fierce eyes. The Kuanping was shocked. It stopped its subsequent attacks. To be able to block 60% of its spiritual power, this human spiritual will was truly terrifyingly strong. It was not something that a yin god should have. The most important thing was not the strength of one's spiritual power. This was a matter of cultivation. The most important thing was that spiritual power was suppressed by attribute. For example, the female Taoist priest just now was very strong in terms of spiritual power, but she was suppressed by it in terms of attributes. Therefore, she could only bitterly hold on for nearly 4 years. This was a matter of the quality of her attributes. It was surprised that the spiritual nature of this little human was not inferior to it. It even had the faint demeanor of a superior, as if it was very dissatisfied with the offense of a low-level immemorial beast. It, the Kuanping, had become a low-level immemorial beast. Then what was in front of it? It carefully recalled the shadow of the wings. The more it thought about it, the more shocked it was. There was a trace of the shadow of the immemorial beast that was in front of it. It was also the only kind in the universe, a phoenix. There were also some others. In terms of body shape, it was more like an old crow. What made it afraid was that neither of these two was something that it could contend against. The phoenix was better, but that old crow, this person was indeed qualified. Not in the realm, but in the origin. It brushed the chessboard. Please choose. Lu Xiaoyi did not guess and said softly, I don't play chess. I'm here to negotiate with the Kuan king. Let's not play these fake games, okay? The Kuanpeng rolled its strange eyes. Can you represent the cultivation world of the human main world? Lu Xiaoyi said word by word, no. I can represent the immemorial beast. With a flip of his hand, 5 beast treasures lit up in his palm. This was the unique token of the immemorial beast. 5 of them together was a full representative. The Kuanpeng was first surprised, then angry. After waiting for so long, it actually waited for an immemorial beast to persuade it. The immemorial beast and the immemorial beast swore that they could not coexist. If there was him, then there was me. If there was me, then there was him. What was there to talk about? However, its thoughts were deep. If it was a human, it would have beaten him down long ago. However, this person was not easy to beat. There were too many implications behind this. Therefore, behind the divine transmission was its loyal ally and good friend, the head of the Black Dragon, He Minghui. Minghui, chase him away. Under the divine transmission, there was no movement. It had always had a close relationship with its confidant, but it turned a blind eye and ignored it. Minghui, chase him away. The Kuanpeng was stunned again. It already had a bad premonition in its heart. Did the head of the Black Dragon also feel that this human was strange? It shouldn't be. Its spiritual collision with this human was hidden in the human Sparrow Palace. Outsiders could not feel it. This time, the head of the Black Dragon finally responded. Brother Peng. My opinion is to talk to him. The Kuanpeng knew that something was wrong. Minghui, do you have anything to say? The head of the Black Dragon was very firm. Brother Peng, this person is not ordinary. Although I can't say it clearly, Brother Peng, listen to my advice. Even if you offend the gods, you can't offend this person. In any case, we didn't come here to really start a war with the human main world. We just wanted to give them a lesson so that they have to consider our feelings. This goal has already been partially achieved. Since this person came, why don't we take advantage of this situation and listen to what he has to say? Chapter 1391. Kuanpeng calmed down completely. He knew that his brother Black Dragon was an outstanding member of the Dragon Clan. His background was complicated and mysterious. Kuanpeng was able to gather a large number of immemorial sacred beasts to come here this time partly because of his prestige. However, he couldn't do without the help of his brother Black Dragon. Without him, these sacred beasts would have to leave half of them. In the end, it was here to negotiate with the humans. However, it felt that it should negotiate with the winner of this war, or a group of sun gods, or a group of great Buddhas. It did not expect to negotiate with a swordsman, a yin god. This was not in line with their plan, because they did not want to join in the fight between humans. After millions of years, they were very clear about the situation of the human world of cultivation. The coexistence of Taoism and Buddhism was the cornerstone, and it was very difficult to change. Once they did something wrong, they were likely to be retaliated by the humans. Therefore, they were here to teach the Taoists of the Fifth Ring a small lesson to punish them for their actions of restarting the new era, which affected their interests. However, this punishment was more symbolic than involving themselves. This was their principle. Therefore, the game with Jolan was destined to be fruitless. Unless there was a winner in other battlefields, it would choose to follow the Buddha, or follow the Taoist. If they really achieved something with this swordsman, it would mean that they had made a bet before the mystery was revealed, which was not in line with the original intention of the ancient sacred beast. This was the Kuanpeng's dilemma. Therefore, it did not want to negotiate with this swordsman. However, its most trusted brother, the Black Dragon, seemed to have the opposite opinion. This made it feel like it was being coerced, which made it very unhappy. Lu Xiaoyi sat cross-legged in front of the chessboard. He did not hesitate to play defy, regardless of the difference in their realms. This was the necessary psychological quality of a lobbyist. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. I am Lu Xiaoyi, Shenyuan swordsman. I do not represent the human world of cultivation. To be honest, no individual or force can represent the human world of cultivation, not in Taoism, not in Buddhism, because the biggest characteristic of humans is that they are not united. So, if anyone promised you anything, then congratulations, you've been cheated. The first sentence made Kuanping doubt the so-called promise of Buddhism. This was a psychological hint. It didn't need any solid evidence. It was just a small thorn in your heart. As long as there was any change, this thorn would make you suspicious and make you fearful. In addition, what I want to say is that as a race that coexists with the universe, we are born noble and exist with the heavens and earth. To guess the outcome of the war between humans to determine our own future is something that only the low-level beasts of the domain would do. You're doing this because you want to sink into oblivion. Have you forgotten your own bloodline because you've gotten too comfortable in the universe? This human spoke very impolitely. He was not at all as courteous as the lady of Temple. Instead, he was aggressive and overbearing. However, the Kuanping still controlled its temper. It wanted to see how this little swordsman was going to court death. You can't decide the fate of humans. Similarly, humans could not decide the fate of ancient beast. To humans, what they hated the most was to sit on the fence, then wait for the outcome to be decided before reaping the fruits of victory. Do you think that you're doing it well and that others can't see through it? I'm sorry, but in terms of intelligence, ancient beasts are not even in the top 100 in the universe. I'm not accusing you wrongly, right? That's not your advantage. So, in ancient times, your seniors did things differently from you. They didn't sit on the fence. That's why the ancient sacred beasts had millions of years of glory. Lu Xiaoyi's sarcastic remarks were intentional. This was a necessary skill for a lobbyist. They would not stop until they were shocked to death. Have you ever seen a lobbyist who was polite, submissive, courteous? But they must have a foul mouth, sharp teeth and unscrupulous. You have to first open the scars in the other party's heart before you can take advantage of it. Take what you want. Finally, achieve your unspeakable goal. Of course, this profession was very dangerous. Most of them were forked out and fed to the dogs. If you really know how to sit on the fence, then there's no need to say much. It's hard to say whether you can get any benefits, but it's still possible to be a peaceful man. But the question is, do you know how to sit on the fence? Sitting on the fence is also a skill. You can't sit firmly. You have to sit on the fence, watch the 6 directions, listen to the 8 directions, and change your center of gravity at any time, anywhere on the fence, so that you can jump off the fence at the most suitable time and join the winner's side. What about you? You're already sitting crooked. You've already sat on the Buddhist side, but the winner hasn't been decided yet. In the eyes of Buddhism, you're sitting on the fence, and you're doing it clumsily. Do you still expect to share the benefits in the future? In the eyes of Taoists, you're betraying them. It's a betrayal of millions of years of friendship. This kind of betrayal will be settled sooner or later. Then, what are you doing now? You're not pleasing either side. After millions of years of change, has the intelligence of the ancient beasts been taken out with their feces? Lu Xiaoyi raised his hand and calmed the Kuanping's increasingly violent emotions. If this continued, it would become a scolding and not a real lobbyist. The second stage of lobbying was to throw out earth-shattering viewpoints to attract the other party's attention. The universe is in chaos, and the great Tao is collapsing. How should the various races deal with the changes? There are no precedents. What humans do may not be done by other races, and vice versa. This is the independence of all living things in the universe. Everyone is the same. What's the point of giving birth to all living things in the universe? Why not just one race and one species? It's more uniform. Then, since humans and Buddhism are incompatible and fight against each other, should other species be the same and fight to the death within their own species? The Kuanping finally opened its mouth and said with disdain, "Next, You should say that we ancient beasts should accept and tolerate each other, right? You humans can fight everywhere, but we ancient sacred beasts have to tolerate our old enemies. What's the logic? Lu Xiaoyi finally got the Kuan Peng to open its mouth. This was the beginning of success. Humans fight, and ancient beasts fight too? Humans eat shit, and ancient beasts eat shit too? Is this the logic of aristocrats? The strife between human beings could never sever the tradition of cultivation. On the contrary, it will allow the cultivation civilization to evolve and bring forth new things. One stone, one acupoint, one book, one bamboo slip. Where can't there be a primer for cultivation? A certain force may be cut off, but the entire cultivation process will always move forward. Therefore, humans are not afraid of war, because war means a new beginning. What about the ancient beasts? What are you based on to inherit? Is it master and disciple? Is it a system? Is it a path that a country bumpkin can start with just a jade slip? You are not. The cornerstone of your inheritance is bloodline. It's the quantity that makes reproduction difficult. You will be in danger if there are fewer ancient beast. You will prosper if there are more beast. It's that simple. Ancient sacred beasts and ferocious beasts. It's just a man-made definition. You are a family to begin with. It's just a quarrel between brothers. When the universe is stable, you can split up and cause trouble. But when the universe is changing, you still don't know the gravity of the situation. That's the road to death. Chapter 1392. Lu Xiaoyi struck while the iron was hot, and he still used his universe fusion theory to fool the Kuanpeng. The ferocious beasts didn't come to the main world to fight. They came here for another reason. The Kuanpeng raised its head in confusion. What reason? It couldn't stand the fact that the ferocious beasts knew the secret of the universe, but the holy beasts didn't. Lu Xiaoyi put on a mysterious face again. A sage judged that the beginning of the new era was the time when the positive and negative spaces merge. So, the so-called trap of the ferocious beasts in the negative space was destined to be broken. At that time, there would only be one universe, so how could there be any banishment? Sure enough, this argument reflected the power of a great weapon. The Kuanpeng was stunned and didn't speak for a long time. It was not that it was not knowledgeable enough, but because it was knowledgeable enough, it believed in such a statement. It was just like what Xiong Liu and the other ferocious beasts heard. Lu Xiaoyi's alarmist talk actually had its reasons, and it was not completely fabricated. It was one of the realizations he had when his body was transformed by the small universe. It should be attributed to a forward-looking inference about the future of the universe. No matter if it was the ferocious beasts or the holy beasts, they were all immemorial beasts, and they were all existences at the same time as the universe. They were very sensitive to such inferences. Human cultivators might think that such inference was a bit absurd, but as immemorial beasts, they realized that there was a great possibility in it. It wasn't a bluff to scare people. There was an internal law of the universe. When the Kuanpeng almost digested it, Lu Xiaoyi's low voice whispered in its ear like a devil. If the positive and negative spaces will merge, then you holy beasts and ferocious beasts will have to face each other. There is no escape. The earlier it is solved, the better, so that when the beginning of the new era is approaching, the more chaotic it will be, and the more it will be used by people with evil intention. This is the reason why the ferocious beasts came out of the negative space. It happened that human beings had a conflict between Taoism and Buddhism, so I brought them out. Isn't it wonderful to do two things together? The Kuanpeng's fierce eyes flashed, so they came out, and without asking for the opinion of us holy beasts, they rashly intervened in the war between human beings and made a choice. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Speaking of which, that's because of me. I don't deny that this is for the benefit of our Taoist lineage, but I am a person who advocates a win-win situation. Is there a problem with the beast's choice? Or do you think Buddhism is better? Kuanpeng did not say anything. They did not deliberately hide their conversation from others. Therefore, some big beasts with status and Jialanyang God, who was led by Tong Yang, unconsciously surrounded them. Hey Mahui was extremely vicious. Why can't it be Buddhism? I feel that the Buddhist League has a greater chance of winning this war. The biggest difficulty of being a lobbyist was that there was no opponent, no one to join in the fun, and there was no one to talk nonsense to. There had to be someone to answer the questions, and it was good to have someone to sing the same tune. The black dragon jumped out at the right time. Humans weren't suitable, and it would be too much of a joke. Holy beasts with low status also weren't suitable, so it was just right. Using a war to determine the future is bias. The universe was vast, and this was only the beginning. It was far from the end. Moreover, when did the ancient beasts become so short-sighted? Shouldn't you look at the future and the long term when deciding on a partner? Last time, the ancient beasts made an agreement with us Taoists. You know very well how it has been for the past few million years. Would he be able to adapt to a new master? We Taoists advocate nature, returning to our nature, and freedom. This is why you ancient beasts have been unrestrained for millions of years. Are there any rules that restrict you? Are there any laws that restrict your actions? Are there any methods that are promoted among your ancient beasts? Buddhism is different. Taoists talk about nature, while Buddhists talk about assimilation. Whether you are a human, a beast, or a ghost, you have to accept their theory in the end. Have you seen a Taoist beast? You haven't, right? But what about Buddhist beasts? They are everywhere. Then, do you really think that you can get along with such a controlling orthodoxy? Do you think you will be allowed to do whatever you want after a few million years? Black Dragon was unconvinced. Who knows if it's not a temporary measure for your Taoists in times of danger? Do you dare say that your Taoists have many chances in this war? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. That's why I said that it's better to provide timely assistance than icing on the cake. If Buddhism obtains the final victory, what credit do you have? You didn't even fight. How much respect do you think you can get from Buddhism? But if you help Taoists, you will be the #1 hero of Taoists. I don't need to explain what this means, right? Moreover, we won't ask the sacred beasts to really participate in the war. We will just express our attitude. Black Dragon was at a loss for words. He muttered, "That makes sense." Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. Firstly, to establish an indestructible relationship with human Taoists. Secondly, to reunite the primordial beasts after millions of years of division. Such a historic responsibility is on the shoulders of the primordial beasts of your generation. Don't you want to establish a free and natural life for your descendants for millions of years? Don't you want to be the creator of history and leave your name in ancient history? Sitting on the fence is not advisable. In history, those who sit on the fence have never had a good ending. In the cosmic tide, only the tide-making beasts can survive. There are no beasts who follow the tide. History is waiting for you to create it. What are you waiting for? The group of ancient sacred beasts fell into silence, but their blood could be felt boiling. After all, this kind of participation was indeed not in line with their warlike nature. Kuan Peng keenly grasped this trend. It knew that it had to make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it changed its mind when the crowd was really excited, not only would it lose face, but it would also lose its prestige. Of course, there was also the black-hearted encouragement. Brother Peng, do it. Our Black Dragon clan supports you. Kuan Peng rolled its eyes. What do you need us to do? Lu Xiaoyi said casually, I said that I won't force you to participate in the war. But I need you to join the beasts in the vast sea nebula for millions of years to perform the 10,000 beasts ancient sacrificial ceremony. I believe that you must be looking forward to this day, right? How many years has it been since you've worshipped your ancient gods? As the descendants of the ancient gods, this is your responsibility. It's time to tell the universe about the return of the ancient beast. There were already many sacred beasts whispering in their throats. Of course, they hoped too much. They had hoped for millions of years. This was a major event for their entire clan. It was really difficult for them to hold on for millions of years. As for the Buddha's revelation that could possibly break the Buddhism, who the hell cared about those things? The life and death of those lowly insects. The general trend was set. No one could stop it. Kuan Peng made its decision. What are the conditions of the beasts? Little friend, why don't you tell us? Chapter 1393. Intentions were intentions, but if they were to be implemented in the contract, there were still many details that needed to be settled. As the representative of the dire beasts, Lu Xiaoyi did not forget his responsibility to fight for every inch of land. It was also because of this persistence that the dire beasts showed their sincerity. For several days, Lu Xiaoyi argued with the dire beasts, thoroughly considering the principles of the future world. Finally, they had a preliminary contract. After the dire beasts had a look at this contract, they would burn the heavens during the 10,000 beasts' ancient sacrificial ceremony, making it eternal. Lu Xiaoyi used Zhu Yi's realm of 9 palaces to send the news back to the dome of the 5th ring. When he sent the news back, it would be the day the army set off. And here, Lu Xiaoyi would lead the dire beasts to the vast sea nebula. Both sides would meet to complete the killing of the insect swarm. The girl with a child's face came to Lu Xiaoyi's side. Since ancient times, heroes come from the young. Look at Shen Yuan, turning the world upside down. Little Yi, don't forget that you still owe me a meal. Lu Xiaoyi blushed with shame. I don't dare to accept senior sister's praise. It's just a bluff. The main reason is that the dire beasts have no fighting spirit, and senior sister's patience has been worn down for several years. If you want to talk about merit, of course, Garen is the leader. I just took advantage of the right time. The girl with a child's face looked at him deeply and did not dwell on this matter. She only sighed inwardly. After 10,000 years of silence, Shen Yuan was about to produce a talent again. Then, Little Yi, do you have any suggestions for where Garen should go? Lu Xiaoyi hurriedly waved his hand. Senior sister, you're too kind. How can Little Yi have any opinions about Garen's actions? My knowledge is shallow, and my realm is not enough. It's better for senior sister to do as you see fit. The girl smiled. Fine. Since Little Yi wants to hide his abilities, Garen will also go to the vast sea nebula. If we go to the other 2 battlefields, I'm afraid they will be alerted. It won't be good if they feel that something is wrong and run away. With the Sangharama friar leading the way, the strange, mixed group sped through the void. According to the markings on the star map, his army should be able to travel faster from the 5th ring. This was something that could not be helped. It was difficult to achieve complete coordination. During the flight, the black dragon flew to his side and looked at him with interest. You're very interesting. You actually dared to tease Brother Peng to his face. Do you know that this is very dangerous? Nobody would care about the death of a Yin master cultivator in a war between 2 armies. Lu Xiaoyi turned his head and smiled. 9th master asked me to send his regards. The black dragon leader was startled and his expression changed. After a long while, he sighed and said, Actually, we didn't come here with the intention of starting a war. It was just that the holy beast needed a place to vent its emotions. If you have any problems with holy beasts in the future, you can tell me directly. I will help you. After a mindless sentence, the black dragon leader turned around and left. It seemed like this black dragon had a story as well. However, it was puzzling as to how an existence like it could be related to Zhu Yi. However, he was not a person who liked to pry into other people's secrets. Everyone had secrets that they did not want to reveal to others. He had to respect them. In the negotiation just now, the black dragon leader had already helped him. That was enough. The team rushed in the darkness. They had enough time, but he did not know if Lefeng's 2 years of waiting time could be achieved. He had already done what he needed to do. The rest would be left to heaven's will. There were too many variables in the war between cultivators in the universe. It was impossible to predict. An individual's role in it was next to nothing. He was not heaven's will, so he just had to do his best. After more than a year, the team approached the vast ocean nebula. When they were still some distance away from the nebula, an army stopped them. It was Lu Xiaoyi's private army. However, the leader was not from his army, but 10 sun god swordsmen. This time, the main characters were not humans, but two groups of ancient beasts facing each other. The holy beasts and ferocious beasts were in different spaces. After millions of years, they were facing each other for the first time. On the side of the holy beasts, Kuanping, dragon, Qilin, Zhuyang, Xuan'en'ai, Zhu Huai, and the others came forward. On the other side, Xiangliu, Zhu Ying, Ba Shi, Jiao Duan, and Xuan'en'ai also came forward. Both sides were dangerously close to each other. Lu Xiaoyi did not have the time to greet his elders. He stood in the middle of the two groups of ancient beasts and shouted, "Tut! Think more about the future and less about the past. Today is the beginning of a new era for the ancient beast. Lord Liu, I have passed the contract to all of you. Does your ferocious beast clan have any objections?" Xiangliu's 9 heads danced. "No objections." Lu Xiaoyi shouted again, "Lord Kuan, do you and the other sacred beast clans have any objections?" Kuanping roared in a low voice, "No objections." Lu Xiaoyi held the Kuanping's wings with one hand and the snake's head with the other. He slammed them in the middle. "In that case, you will report this to the immemorial gods during the ancient beast's sacrificial ritual. This will be the final judgment." When the two groups of ancient beasts finally calmed down, Lu Xiaoyi appeared in front of the 10 elders of Shenyuan. In addition to the 6 sun gods from Shenyuan, there were also 2 from Weijian Mountain and Firmament Swordsec. Disciple Cigarette but greets senior brothers. The 10 sun god swordsmen had heard of the person in front of them for a long time. Some of them had heard of him when he was building his foundation. Most of them had heard of him in recent years. First, he saved Qing Kong, then Wu Huan, and now he came to the vast sea nebula to save the face of the sword vein. It was hard to imagine that such actions were done by a yin god perfected lord who had been wandering outside for 600 to 700 years. It was too unbelievable. Guandu opened his mouth and said, "How many years have you been in the sword Dao tablet of the crow ancestor?" Lu Xiaoyi replied, "I have been in the sword Dao tablet for 120 years. Little Yi is ashamed. I have not let down what I have learned." Guandu nodded, "Good. Let's stop chatting. Business is more important. We have already made a plan. Because of the ancient beasts you brought together, you are also one of the decision makers." Lu Xiaoyi spoke humbly, but he was also unwilling to pass on his responsibility. This matter was too important. He had to participate. Not only was there a group of ancient beasts, there was also his private army. Ji Zhong walked out and said with a smile, "This is changing to the inner sword." "Good. The inner sword is the right way." Gong Yarrow, who was at the side, immediately opened his mouth and scolded, "Old man Zhizhong, you are shameless. Is there a cigarette but in the inner sword roster? Now that you see that he has made a name for himself, you are coming out to snatch him? Is this Wen Guangfeng's rule?" Before Zhizhong had time to reply, Wei Jianshan's young deity of no return opened his mouth. "There is a roster on the Wei sword. I remember that he is called Fei Cai." Guandu coughed lightly. These people really did not know the severity of the matter. They were snatching people here, but they were letting Jiolan and the others laugh at them from the side. He could only do it himself. Otherwise, who knew what these people would say? "In a moment, my sword vein will enter the 100 miles of star cloud first and assume a life-and-death battle form. Little Yi, your army will be under your control. You will be at the left wing. Senior sister Tong Yang, your Jiolan will be at the right wing. Surround the group of ancient beasts in the middle. After the 10,000 beasts ancient sacrificial ceremony dispels the Buddha's illumination, everyone will attack together. Do you have any objections?" Chapter 1394. In fact, there wasn't much to discuss. The Zergs were creatures that never knew how to form a formation. To them, there was only one way to fight, and that was to charge forward without any fear of death. The only difference was that they could be concentrated at times and scattered at other times. The swordsman who had a deep understanding of the Zergs also knew that a large formation was useless against the Zergs. Therefore, they basically decided to divide the space and fight separately. The stronger swordsman would choose to fight alone, which gave them more freedom. The weaker swordsmen would choose to fight in groups of 3 or 2. This was the characteristic of a Zerg swarm. After the plan was decided, they immediately carried it out. After waiting for more than 5 years, the swordsmen couldn't wait any longer. They didn't want to wait any longer. Lu Xiaoyi instructed the battle groups under his command, and each of them had their own strategy for fighting separately. These were all major problems, and they had their own basic judgment, so they didn't have to worry too much about it. The sword vein had less than 3,000 people. 3 swordsman sects, and they had to fight against 5 superlarge Zergs. The number of Yuaniing-level Zergs was unimaginable for a Taoist sect, but to the swordsmen, they had nothing to fear. Although they didn't have the support of the lightning vein and the body vein, they had the support of the immemorial beast swarm and the 300 elites from Garan Temple. Together with Lu Xiaoyi's 2,000 people, it was more than enough. The swordsman army was very excited. They finally had the chance to engage in a large-scale battle. To the swordsmen, fighting in groups was indeed very impressive. However, they didn't have the initiative, so they didn't have any control over the situation. It was better for them to fight in groups of 3 or 2, where they could display their skills more effectively. Moreover, they were also very eager to see how big the gap was between their abilities and the real Shenyuan swordsmen's. After everything was set up, the vanguard swordsmen began to enter the vast nebula in batches. However, this did not attract much attention from Zerg. This was because similar situations had happened too many times in the past few years. Every time, Zerg would only test the waters at the edge of the vast nebula. Since his speed was not fast enough, he could not penetrate deep into the vast nebula. 100 miles was merely the distance that the sword cultivators could cover in 1 or 2 leaps in the void. That was why the swarm of insects hid in the depths of the nebula and watched coldly from the sidelines. They were too lazy to play this game of cat and mouse with the sword cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi led his 5 human battle groups to act as the left-wing cover. Their main purpose was to disperse the insect spies and prevent them from interfering with the ancient beast's sacrificial ritual. It was the same for the Sangha cultivators on the right. They formed an inverted triangular formation. Inside the formation, there were nearly 800 primordial beasts, including almost all the species of the primordial race. This was also a prerequisite for the ancient beast's sacrificial ritual. Within the formation, the sacred beasts and dire beasts no longer had the time to be hostile towards each other. This was because their attention was all focused on the ancient beast's sacrificial ritual. This was the first time in millions of years that they had performed a joint sacrificial ritual. It was a joint sacrificial ritual that could trigger a celestial phenomenon. However, unlike the previous separate sacrificial rituals, this was just a formality. Because this was a battlefield, the trivial matters did not matter. The most important thing was the final result. Several hours later, nearly 800 primordial beasts roared into the sky. In the middle of the horde, a ray of primordial light appeared. This was a phenomenon that could only occur when all the primordial beasts gathered. Gradually, the primordial light turned into primordial flame. What burned was the blood essence of the primordial beast. Each of the primordial beasts did not mind adding their own blood essence into the primordial flame. Finally, there was the contract. During this process, they gave up their blood essence and received the primordial beast god's revelation and power. Clearly, the primordial beast god was very satisfied with the performance of his descendants. That was why the primordial flame was exceptionally strong. In the end, the flame exploded and disappeared into the void of the universe. Lu Xiaoyi only felt his body lighten, as if some kind of restraint had been removed. He and the swordsman army had just arrived, so they did not have a deep feeling of being suppressed. However, the swordsman army that had been here for more than 5 years felt as if they had won a new life in an instant. Every one of them shouted, and in an instant, the 3,000 swordsman army that had led the charge disappeared into the depths of the nebula. Finally, it was time for the swordsmen to unleash their full strength and vent their desire to kill. Lu Xiaoyi took the lead, and the army followed closely behind. He needed to find a target before he released his restraints. He was very clear that once he released his restraints on his subordinates, they would not have the strength to gather together again. They would have to kill all the insects, or be killed by the insect. They did not fly too far before the front started to become chaotic. Sword lights flashed and the insects screeched. However, the army continued to move forward, because this was not the main battlefield. Until 5 incomparably large insect nests appeared in his divine sense, and when the flying swords could easily hit an insect, he gave his subordinates a final order. This place may be the end of your lives. It may also be the beginning of your glory. Go and create your own legend. The army suddenly spread out and entered the battle in front of them. Lu Xiaoyi wandered around the battlefield like a ghost. After more than 100 years of cultivation in the sword Dao stele, even Yuanying-level insects could not arouse his interest. He just casually swung his sword, and his body would not stop moving. He was constantly looking for powerful monarchs, and even primordial spirit-level insects. Only then would he be able to put in the effort to kill them. Such opponents would be more numerous the closer they were to the nest. At this position, only monarchs and swordsmen would be able to enter and move around with ease. Teamwork was always available. When you were in a dangerous situation, there would always be a swordsman beside you to buy time for you. When others helped him, he would also help others. Daoist Zhizhong was tightly entangled by 5 large insects, and the situation was somewhat dangerous. There were not many swordsman monarchs in this area, and Yuanying swordsmen could not get close to him, so he was somewhat uncomfortable. Before he could think of another way, an insect suddenly exploded not far away from him, and at the same time, a figure swept out. It was that little fellow. His sword was quite vicious. Before he could fully react, the little fellow swept up diagonally from below, and another large insect was split into 2. Daoist Zhizhong finally understood what was going on, and could not help but curse. You little brat, you're using this old man to attract firepower, and you're collecting insect heads yourself? Lu Xiaoyi's voice came from far and near. Old man, can you do it? You should let the young people play with their lives. You're already old, and your arms and legs are already weak. Why are you forcing yourself? Daoist Zhizhong was so angry that he swung his sword several times, and cut the insect in front of him into minced meat. Just as he was about to retort, he realized that the last 2 large insects were also gone. This brat's sword was unusually simple and vicious. It was not excessive, nor did it show off its sword skills. It was like a venomous snake in the night sky, and every time it opened its mouth, it would bite. This kind of sword skill had not been seen for many years. This was definitely a sword skill that was trained in the sword Dao tablet of the Crow ancestor. It did not seek to look good, nor did it seek to be eye-catching, it only sought to be effective. This was also the most suitable method in a battle. He did not use the brilliance of the sword river to attract the attention of the swarm, and only silently counted the insect's head. To do this, it was easier said than done, but it was incomparably difficult to do in the midst of thousands of troop. As far as he knew, there were very few primordial soul swordsmen in the 3 sword sects who could do this, including him. In such a situation, he had to use his ultimate move, but this brat did not. This was the difference. The young and inexperienced brat from 1,000 years ago had now grown to a stage that even he had to praise. It truly made one feel sentimental and sad. He was really old. Chapter 1395. P.S. This month is the closest Sloth has gotten to the top 10 monthly votes in his 3 years of writing. It's a leap, and it's also because of the help of a benefactor. Logically speaking, at Sloth's age, he shouldn't be fighting for these titles. But when it came to it, he realized that there was still passion in his heart. Fighting for the top 10, not the first place. It shouldn't be too big of a problem, right? I'm probably just short of 3,000 votes. Sloth will fight for it once. After 20,000 votes, I'll add an update for every 1,000 vote. Plus the Milky Way Alliance. I hope to get everyone's support. Let's say this first, don't get too many votes. Sloth has already been tested out by Orange Fruit. If there are too many votes, he might not be able to hold on. Thank you again for your support. Without you, there wouldn't be the sword soldiers today. Thank you, everyone. Lu Xiaoyi's partners were not just Ji Zhong alone. In the spacious battle space, almost every primordial soul sun god swordsman had been taken advantage of by him. You couldn't blame him, because this was the younger generation helping the older generation. Although the result was very depressing, the core of the battle with the Zergs was the Zerg nest. The nest was the core of a Zerg swarm, where the belief and hope were. As long as the nest was there and the Zerg queen was there, the Zerg swarm would fight to the last soldier. Not a single one would escape. On the other hand, if the nest was destroyed, the Zerg swarm would become rootless duckweed. Without the Zerg queen, they would have no support and would be like normal creatures. They would be afraid, terrified, and would escape. Finally, they would self-destruct in the vast universe. So there were two ways to kill. One way was to destroy the nest at the first moment, completely crushing the confidence of the Zerg swarm and forming a chase. In the chase, a large number of the Zerg swarm would be killed. It was suitable for a sudden attack by a small number of elite practitioners, just like the sword veined sneak attack on the Zerg swarm. But this method would be very difficult to wipe out the entire Zerg swarm. It was inevitable that some of the Zerg swarm would escape and wander into the universe to harm the human world. The other method was to not destroy the hive first and deliberately leave it to gather the will of the swarm. There were many successful cases of this in history. The most impressive one was to not let any of the swarm escape, and then to deal with the queen insect. However, this method required you to have an overwhelming advantage. Otherwise, the swarm would bring unbearable damage to the opponent. Right now, the sword vein and its affiliated legions were obviously not strong enough to have an absolute advantage. They might be able to crush one or two superlarge Zergs, but if there were 5 of them, their stomachs would burst. True victory is a victory that can be achieved by preserving oneself to a certain extent, and not by killing 1,000 enemies while sacrificing 800 of your own men. Although they had been suppressed for more than 5 years, the swordsman young spirits still wisely chose the former strategy, which was to destroy the insect nest. The method was very simple. There were a total of 10 young spirit swordsmen. 1 young spirit swordsman could be left in the other 4 insect nests to preside over the overall situation. The remaining 6 young spirits would gather in one place and attack the last insect nest. They would not really enter the insect nest. That would be too dangerous and too stupid. Although the queen insect itself did not have strong field combat abilities, as existences in the young spirit realm, they each had their own mysterious supplementary abilities. When used, the degree of threat was even higher than that of the big fighting insects. However, Shen Yuan had his own experience in doing this. Not only did he have his own experience, but he also had the means and the tools. The tool was a huge insect nest, which was said to have been obtained from the battle of the crow ancestor. It could be big or small, and could be stored or released at will. After more than 10,000 years, it had been thoroughly studied by the swordsmen. It was as if they knew that in the end, they would have to fight these annoying creatures to determine the winner. The process was not complicated. First, to a certain extent, they would clear the insects around the insect nest, and then find an opportunity to use the empty insect nest in their hands to devour the opponent's insect nest. This sounded a little unimaginable, but the insect nest that the crow ancestor had obtained was a very heaven-defying existence. In addition, the crow ancestor had set up some sword prohibitions in it. It could be said that it was the only tool that the crow ancestor had left for his descendants, and it belonged to someone else. Shen Yuan had never used this thing since he obtained it, because he was afraid that the insect swarm would be vigilant. Even the last time they attacked the insect swarm, it was the method of a few young spirit swordsmen sneaking in. But this time, they had to use it. Because the insect swarm was too big, and because they would not have a chance to rest after this battle. There were also the winged men and Buddhism. This was not a one-time deal. After the battle, they could recuperate for hundreds or thousands of years. They did not have time. Lu Xiaoyi saw this situation, but he did not rashly intervene. He had been in the limelight enough in this battle. You can't just be in the limelight. Everyone should have glory. It belonged to everyone, not one person. This was not modesty, but the truth. The vast majority of cultivators fought bravely, but in the end, they were nothing more than nobodies. He might not have put in much more effort than others, but he would always appear at the most difficult time, at the most suitable time and place. His big flat face would appear. Again and again, he could not show his face again. Therefore, he did not participate in the attack on the insect swarm, but only wandered in other places. Because the young spirit swordsman mostly fought in the insect swarm, he had a lot of opportunities to carry out his sneak attack. He quietly shuttled through the chaotic battlefield. When he saw a few large insects besieging a supreme, he quietly went up and took a few attacks. He did not kill all of them, but left after resolving the crisis. If he lost the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, he would not stay. In this way of fighting, the number of insect deaths recorded under his account began to soar. However, because of his cautious and low-key way of wielding his sword, few insects paid attention to him. As long as he achieved his goal, he did not need glory now. The battle was extremely intense. The resistance of the insectoid swarms was very strong. Even if the number of insectoid swarms in the universe was immeasurable, the 5 super-large insectoid swarms were still very important. It would take a very long time to get rid of all 5 insectoid nests. This was a difficult breakthrough. The casualties were increasing, but the swordsman did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Everyone knew that they were the only hope to break through the stalemate of the war. Now that Garen had completed their mission, no matter who had done it, among the remaining 3 main battlefields, only Zerg in the vast sea nebula was the most suitable breakthrough point. They had no other choice. The immemorial beasts played a big role in this. They restrained many young spirit insects, otherwise, the sword vein would have suffered more casualties in the battle. There were also several young spirits from Garen. The combined forces of these people ensured that the swordsman's young spirit could freely destroy the insect nests. Everyone's role was irreplaceable. In the chaotic battlefield, no one was more important than anyone else. If you held back a few insects, you would be contributing to the battle. He did not know the losses of the Sword Vein Legion. He did not know how many of his friends of the Body Vein Martial Sage, Blood River Soul Cultivator, had died. He did not know how many immemorial beasts had died. Once the battle began, everyone had no other thoughts except to move forward bravely. For Lu Xiaoyi, his battle was to do his best to eliminate those high-level insects as much as possible. If he could not kill them in one strike, he would not continue to fight. He only pursued efficiency, not glory. How many did he kill? He could not remember clearly. In any case, he had killed more than 100 of them. Most of them were supremes, and there were also a few young spirit insect. He was not obsessed with killing the young spirit insects. Instead, he killed the insects with strong primordial spirit. This was also the most effective way. He learned a lot of things from the exchange with the crow ancestor in the sword path stele. The most important thing was how to complete the coldest killing while maintaining his physical strength. Chapter 1396. Not everyone could learn his tactics, because not everyone had his explosive power and insight. If you don't succeed the first time, you will immediately be entangled by the insects, and after a while, other insects will come to help you. As you fight, you will be like Zhizhong in the past, surrounded by several, or even dozens of large insects. How can you talk about a flash attack? This method allowed most of the swordsmen in the Sword Vein's 3 sects to recognize this mysterious Shenyuan newcomer. He would suddenly appear, help you solve a few problems, and then leave in the blink of an eye. His footprints covered every corner of the battlefield. He ran tirelessly, drew his sword, and immersed himself in his own battle. It was ordinary, but extremely efficient. The one who decided the direction of the war was still the Sun God swordsman. In the 10 days of battle, 4 Zerg nests had been destroyed, and the Zerg queen had been killed. Now, the core of the battlefield was placed around the last Zerg nest. It had become the place where the 2 sides gathered their forces. When such a change occurred on the battlefield, the orthodox Taoists like Jiolan began to show their power. The Blood River sect also began to gather and cooperate with the soul cultivators to build a deep blood river. It wrapped around the scattered Zergs and provided a place for the swordsman to rest. This last Zerg nest was not easy to deal with. Because a large number of Zerg had gathered, and because they felt that the end was near, they were struggling to survive. Lu Xiaoyi began to gather the swordsman army. In the past 10 days of battle, he had sent out nearly 300 people, but only less than 220 came back. The loss of nearly 70 people made Lu Xiaoyi's heart ache, but he knew that this was the fate of the swordsman. This battle was different from the previous ones. The Battle of the Blue Sky was fought by second-rate Buddhists, and the main force did not participate at all. In the Battle of the Five Rings, they were not at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. The other side also sent out very few Zergs and Great Wings. Therefore, the losses were very light. In fact, this was probably more than the entire sword vein. In a one-on-one battle, they were on par with Xuanyuan's external sword elites, but there was still a big gap between them and the internal sword experts. This was with the help of the immemorial Beast and Garen, as well as his own sword vein army. In this sense, when the fifth ring arranged for the sword vein and the lightning vein to deal with the swarm, it could not be said that they had the upper hand. At most, it could be considered a battle. In the entire battlefield system, the greatest weakness of the five-ring armies was their lack of numbers. In other words, they didn't have enough allies who could stand on their own. Elite troops, professional troops, or explosive troops like Zerg's class, there was no difference between good and bad. In his memory, the Celestial Wolf expedition nearly 20,000 years ago had brought along a large number of cultivators along the way. Therefore, the losses after the battle were not great. The current five-ringed Soul Masters seemed to have forgotten the methods of their predecessors. The swarm in front of the nest was densely packed with insects, forming an airtight wall made of flesh and life. In front of the nest, they were unafraid of death. It was impossible for humans to surround such a huge swarm. They only concentrated their strength on one side, making it clear that they wanted to penetrate the swarm and destroy the nest, but they did not stop the swarm from leaving. In the final battle, the formation finally began to play its role. In Lu Xiaoyi's opinion, this was a sign that the swarm was panicking. They were afraid. They no longer dared to fight the swordsman in the wild without any scruples. Instead, they mainly focused on protecting the nest. The more they did this, the more casualties they would suffer. It was a futile defense. Beside him, Le Feng looked relaxed. This is the limitation of the swarm. They are born with an attachment to the nest. Humans can formulate tactics based on this, and there are laws to follow. Surrounding the nest, we can attack or retreat. It depends on what our strategic goal is. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Actually, every creature has its own nest. Zerg has one, but so do humans. Our nest is in the fifth ring. This is also the starting point of the Buddhist war plan. Le Feng nodded in agreement. Yes. But humans are more ruthless than Zerg. Humans can abandon their nest when they have no choice, saying that they will return when they are strong, but Zerg can't. If their nest is destroyed, they will never see it again. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. Indeed, in terms of cruelty, humans are the leader of all races. Le Feng sneered. Since you have a weakness, don't cause trouble in the universe. Do you think you can have your own status just because you have an unparalleled population? Dream on. There is no one in the immortal court. This is the result of overestimating yourself. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. This Zerg had been used countless times in history, but he did not have a good memory. Le Feng pointed at the insect formation in front. This is the result we want to see the most. Zerg is forming a formation to defend the nest. Their feelings were understandable, but how could Zerg know how to defend? Without cooperation, without levels, without coordination, what can they defend against with just their instincts? Later, the arrangement of the attack levels will be sent. Your sword soldier army just have to follow it. When the last insect nest is destroyed, it will be the time for the swarm to collapse and flee. This also means that the fifth ring has finally turned the tide in this war. For the sword vein, this is a belated victory. It is also a disgrace. In the past few years, the other two paths have paid a heavy price. This is why we have never slacked off in our attacks, even if we have to pay a heavy price. The order was quickly passed down. More than 2,000 swordsmen were divided into several battle groups, while the Sangharans formed an army on their own. The ancient beasts and Lu Xiaoyi's other armies were roaming outside to provide cover. Later, there would be the largest wave of attacks he had ever seen in his life. After the sword vein paid nearly 30% of their losses, they finally welcomed the decisive moment of victory. The situation of the three pure ones was getting more and more difficult. This was because the Buddhists on the other side were gradually increasing the intensity of their attacks. Although the Taoists, who were mainly defending, suffered fewer losses in terms of offense and defense, due to the difference in numbers between the two sides, if this continued, the Taoists led by the three pure ones would definitely be the first to fall. This was a very simple counting problem, and no one could not understand it. A three pure one's primordial soul perfected monarch's Daoist hairstyle was slightly slanted, and his breathing was chaotic. He had just retreated from the first formation and immediately gave his opinion to Qing Yangzi. Senior brother, we have already lost 30% of our forces. Although this is the total of 5 years, according to the current intensity of the Buddhist attacks, after a year, we will lose more than half of our forces. Should we increase the pace of our retreat? Qing Yangzi coldly rejected. No. On the contrary, we should not give an inch. We should organize a counterattack, and not just defend and retreat. Seeing that some of the perfected monarchs were confused, Qing Yangzi had to explain. There must be a reason for this abnormality. There must be a reason for the Buddhists to increase the intensity of their attacks. Otherwise, they would not be so unconcerned about the lives of their monks. These are their elites, and not the weaklings sent to Qing Kong. In my opinion, this is the final perseverance before the great change. They have already held on for 5 years, and now they are retreating greatly. Has their previous efforts been in vain? Some perfected monarchs objected. Senior brother, is the sword vein refusing to use our Mahashu Dao Ming because the effects are not obvious and they are afraid of casualties? If that is the case, won't our sacrifice be in vain? Chapter 1397. P.S. This month is the closest Sloth has gotten to the top 10 monthly votes in the past 3 years of writing. It's a leap, and it's also with the help of a benefactor. Logically speaking, Sloth shouldn't be fighting for these titles at his age, but when it came to it, he realized that there was still passion in his heart. Fighting for the top 10, not the first place, shouldn't be too big of a problem. I'm probably just short of 3,000 votes. Sloth will give it a shot. After 20,000 votes, I'll add an update for every 1,000 vote. Plus the Milky Way Alliance. I hope to get everyone's support. Let's say this first, don't get too many votes. Sloth has already been tested by orange fruit. If there are too many votes, he might not be able to hold on. Thank you again for your support. Without you, the sword soldiers wouldn't be here today. Thank you, everyone. Qing Yangzi disagreed. You don't understand Shenyuan. You don't understand the sword vein. If they use our Taoism, I'll definitely order them to maintain their strength and speed up their retreat. Because we all know how powerful that Buddhist Taoism is, and it's hard to eliminate its influence. Once Shenyuan fights with the Taoism, his life or death is unknown. Even if he wins, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory, and he won't be able to provide much support to the other side. If they don't use it, it means that they have a better way. For example, now that the Buddhists have suddenly increased their attack, it means that there are changes in the vast ocean nebula. Just wait, there will be good news. What we can do is not to weaken our momentum. Otherwise, if the sword vein wins, and we collapse here, won't all our previous efforts be wasted, and it'll be embarrassing? The perfected monarchs were impressed by the sect leader's foresight. Qing Yangzi's expression was serious. You have to remember, never doubt the fighting will of the sword vein, no matter if it's an opponent or a comrade. Never. With the 5 rings behind them, and the entire Taoism, even if they don't have the Taoism, they'll definitely charge into the nebula. Don't doubt this. The 3 pure ones can stand against Shenyuan for tens of thousands of years, not because of our so-called cunning, size, or wisdom. It's because the three pure ones have never retreated in the most dangerous moments. What Shenyuan can do, we can do too. The perfected sovereigns were completely convinced by this encouragement. Qing Yangzi had been leading the three pure ones for thousands of years. He naturally had an awe-inspiring aura that made people admire him. After the perfected lords had dispersed, a perfected lord beside him said softly, "Senior brother, I've already secretly transferred those with potential among the Yuanying and perfected lords to the rear in the echelon rotation. If anything happens, they'll be able to easily withdraw from the battle with us restraining the Buddhist." Qing Yangzi's expression did not change at all. It was as if what he was encouraging everyone was the same as what he was secretly doing. Just like that, he stood there quietly, watching the Taoists under his command fight back against the torrent of spells. A sharp counterattack. Even the momentum of the Buddhist sects was suppressed for a moment. A commander who doesn't encourage his subordinates to die isn't a good commander. Similarly, a sect leader who did not leave a way out for himself was not a good sect leader. How to achieve a balance between the two was a profound knowledge. He was constantly trying to figure out how long this would take. Only then could he achieve the best result. If he persevered, there would be rewards. More than 10 days later, a Sangharan edict was passed to him. He scanned it with his divine sense and his old face was expressionless. "Pass down my order. No more counterattacks. Defend with all your strength and retreat slowly." Then, he looked at the young god brothers around him. "Cancel the fire seed plan. Prepare for a desperate counterattack." The young gods heard something from these two orders. They looked at the Sangharan edict again and saw only a simple sentence. Shenyuan sent people to communicate with the sacred beasts successfully. Thousands of beasts will be sacrificed in the vast sea. A feeling flowed in everyone's heart. After 5 years of perseverance, they were finally waiting for a turnaround. Wushang was also persevering. Compared to the three pure ones, their losses were greater, but this did not seem to shake Daoist Changjin's determination at all. There were also people who were trying to persuade him. "Senior brother, if we continue fighting like this, in less than a year, Wushang won't just be injured, but his foundation will be shaken." Changjin was unmoved. "Everyone is persevering. Only Wushang can't. What are you thinking? Do you want to be the first orthodoxy in history to be defeated by the wings of the winged men? The wind is blowing in the universe. Is Wushang going to present himself in front of the world in such a manner? He wants to participate in the tide but doesn't want to bear the losses. Is there such a good thing in the cultivation world?" He paused and softened his tone. "A battle to the death, a fierce battle. Wushang lacks this. Injuries to the bones. Shaken the foundation. Shenyuan has been beaten to a pulp many times in history. Is it going to be gone now? They have lost more than 10% of their members in countless wars. They can withstand it with their small size, but Wushang can't. For more than 10,000 years, the smooth cultivation environment has made many of us self-righteous and complacent. It's as if as a person with 5 rings, Wushang should get everything as a matter of course. What I need to do now is to cut off these tumors. There's nothing to fear about losses. Without these idlers, the rest are the real elites." Only by being supreme can I go even further. Only then can I give the disciples a better attitude towards cultivation. The battle for the great Tao has just begun. Not only do we have to compete with the outer domain, but we also have to compete with ourselves. I can't do it normally, but now is the time to cultivate a positive environment. Tell them to hold on. There's no way back, no reinforcements, and no backup plan. The perfected sovereigns were ashamed. Their senior brother was a little crazy, but no one dared to question him after such a long time of intimidation. Daoist Chang Jin smiled coldly as he watched the perfected sovereigns perking up and continuing to fight the winged clan. Of course, he wasn't crazy. He was very normal. The reason why he was so unreasonable was because he had received a piece of news from Garen more than a month ago. However, he didn't spread the news. Instead, he used this opportunity to train the Wushang cultivators. He deliberately let them stimulate the potential of humanity in a situation where they were isolated and without help. Of course, Wushang wouldn't die. He wouldn't shake the foundation. Perhaps he might not be able to injure them, because the vast ocean nebula was relatively close to his planetary belt. From a strategic point of view, the sword vein would definitely support them first after they succeeded. Then, everyone would join forces to attack the Buddhist. Since he didn't have to worry about his future, where else could he find such a good training opportunity? If he didn't torture those who were just waiting to die and let those who were truly outstanding stand out, what hope would Wushang have in this great tide? This was the true responsibility of a leader of a large force. For this, he was willing to pay a heavy price for a more brilliant future. The two big shots of the Five Rings Daoist schools were training themselves in battle. Comparatively speaking, Garen was lacking in this aspect. They weren't ruthless enough and didn't go all out. They seemed to have obtained an easy task with limited losses, but their losses were more important than their losses. This was the foundation of a sect. The Supreme Three Pure Ones could understand this, but they were a little blurry. Shenyuan was also a little blurry. Even if they were still as fearless and courageous as before, what was their advantage after the orthodox Daoist had also cultivated such a temperament? No one had realized this problem yet. Xuanyuan's young gods didn't realize it, and neither did the rising star Lu Xiaoyi. Everyone was now preparing for the final attack on the worm's nest. However, in his heart, Lu Xiaoyi suddenly had a thought. If they didn't act so quickly, would they be able to further weaken the power of the Taoists? As soon as this thought appeared, it was abandoned by him. It wasn't difficult to learn to be brave and iron-blooded, but it wasn't so easy to learn to be dirty and shameless in the bones. However, if everyone lived together for a long time, the final result would be that they would grow up to become him, and he would become him. Unfortunately, the two big shots of the Taoists changed very quickly, but Shenyuan was a little slow. Chapter 1398. The order to attack was finally given. However, it wasn't a swarm of bees. Instead, it was a cycle of attacks. The goal was to open up a path for the sun god swordsman to get close to the hive. The insect swarm was very clear about this. Countless large insects pounced forward, risking their lives and starting to attack the human formation. At this moment, the significance of magic cultivation was revealed. To the swordsman, there was only one way to attack, and that was to fight head-on. However, magic cultivators could create countless enchantment traps, spatial barriers, and even man-made small-scale astronomical phenomena in front of the formation. This couldn't completely stop the swarm, but as long as they could buy a short period of time, the rest of the problem would be left to the swordsman. A few swordsman groups, including the Sword Soldier Army, began to work together to form a river of sword chi. Several long rivers intersected, causing the swarm to suffer heavy casualties. In such a tragic situation, the 10 sun gods from the sword vein began to attack the hive. This was a very novel method, and it was also the first time it was used. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes were opened to a new world. Because there were dozens of sun god insects in the swarm, and hundreds of perfected monarch swordsmen were using their bodies to block the sun god swordsman's attack, the 10 sun god swordsmen attacking together could easily end up in a chaotic battle. This was not in line with the plan to end the battle as soon as possible. They used a different method, which was a relay. Using the sword as proof, Gong Yarrow was the first to rush out. After fighting for a few breaths, he was killed by dozens of sun god swordsmen. When he was reborn into the sword formation, the next sun god swordsman appeared in the space where he died. Inner Sword River Song. He continued to rush in, surrounded by the swordsman army's river of sword. Immediately, he was drowned in the frenzied attacks of the swarm. The same sword vein formation was reborn, and the same Weijian Mountain sun god swordsman appeared in the same place. Under such a relay attack, everyone rushed forward a distance, getting closer and closer to the hive. The insects also knew that their time was up, and became even more frenzied. But even so, he couldn't stop the sun god swordsman's deadly assault. The insects were fighting with all their might, but they lacked organization and discipline. If it was displayed in battle, it wouldn't be able to achieve the greatest effect. The sixth assault was already very close to the insect nest. This time, two young gods appeared at the same time, Guandu and Zhizhong. Flying swords rained down from the sky. Millions of sword lights formed a huge exploding circle with him as the center. It was similar to the golden origin of the crow ancestor. However, it was not as powerful as the golden origin of the crow ancestor. Even so, it still cleared a large area around him. This was a sword unleashed with the power of life. It was clearly beyond the scope of Zhizhong's abilities. Immediately after, the swarm of insects tore it into pieces. However, it was also successfully transported to a suitable location. With a flip of Guandu's hand, an item suddenly grew. In an instant, it had already surpassed the size of the insectoid hive. It stuck itself onto the insectoid hive and began to shrink rapidly. This treasure was using its internal strength to compress the living space in the insectoid hive. In a flash, Guandu captured the insect nest and began to break out of the encirclement. A large number of angry insects followed closely behind him. With the sword veins young god intercepting them, the swordsman's flying swords flew wildly, and the Garen cultivator's spells wreaked havoc. Suddenly, the intensity of the battle increased infinitely. Lu Xiaoyi also joined in. Every swordsman's mission was to ensure that Guandu could last as long as possible. In a short span of 10 breaths, countless insects died. Several swordsmen also died. Suddenly, a deep and melodious roar rang out. The insect queen was killed. The moment the insect queen was killed, the swarm of insects went berserk. However, the swordsmen were already experienced. They did not fight head-on. Instead, they shrank back into their formation and used their powerful long-range sword rivers to sweep away the swarm of insects. They fought as they retreated. This did not last long. Because all 5 insect queens died here, some insects began to leave the battlefield out of fear. This situation slowly spread until it became a trend of mass exodus. The swarm of insects finally collapsed. Now, it was time to reap the lives of the insect. The entire chase lasted for 10 days. This was also the time set by the sword veins higher-ups. If they did not chase after them, the remaining swarm of insects would have the potential to wreak havoc in the human world. They might even return to the 5th ring. The most effective battle strategy was to completely destroy them and let the swarm of insects scatter and escape. Reducing the number of large insects to a certain extent was the only way to fight. In this regard, the swordsmen had plenty of experience. 10 days later, as long as they were still alive, the swordsmen began to return to their formation. Victory was expected in this battle, but the 5 superlarge insect nests still caused heavy losses to the sword vein. This was an unavoidable price. Every force was paying a price, and it was not just the swordsmen. There was no time to rest and recuperate. The entire formation began to adjust their direction and rushed toward the winged race's planetary belt. Their strength was close to 6,000 when they first met. Now, they only had a little over 4,000. If the goal of the Buddhists was to reduce the strength of the sword vein, they had to admit that they had done it. Using the swarm of insects in the universe to reduce the strength of the human elites was a good deal no matter what. There are still 197 brothers left. Including you. Zhu Zhanhui reported. Lu Xiaoyi looked at his brothers around him. Although he felt sorry for them, he could not show it. Is it exciting? After a few more battles, the swordsman corps will become a swordsman squad. Huang Nian licked his lips. Isn't that a home? To be honest, this loss is still within our acceptable range. The rest are all elites. We won't be reduced to a squad. However, the human orthodoxes had suffered the greatest losses. More than half of their physical vein martial sages had perished, while nearly half of the Blood River sect's soul cultivators had perished. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the orthodoxes' leaders seriously. Gentlemen, my opinion is to continue fighting. The most difficult part is over. In the future, we'll have more time to reap the rewards. If we can't do it, then we'll do it halfway. What do you all think? The leaders had no objections. They knew very well that in the upcoming battle against the winged race, the humans' disadvantage in terms of numbers was very limited. They would not be attacked by the swarm again. With the balance of numbers, the human cultivators would be able to use all sorts of life-saving opportunities. Moreover, it was very likely that they would be defeated. As for the Buddhists, when all 5 rings gathered, no matter how strong the Buddhists were, some things were already set in stone, whether in terms of strength or mentality. They would be idiots if they did not participate in such a battle. To them, they could already see the light at the end of the tunnel. If they stopped now, their previous efforts would be greatly reduced. The city was broken, and they were ready to enter the city to visit the warehouse. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.